in any of our unions. You know, so that's where I think I am with it, and I'm happy to open it up to discuss with the rest of you about how we go about doing that, because this is how we do it. We sit down and we discuss it together. And the more that we increase people's education in the workplace, it's not just the workplace that benefits. They will take that education to their families and their friends, and they will sit in the pub and they will talk about it. And that's how we build the movement that we need to build. Because if we want to change our society for the better and to put working people first and not profit first, then people need to understand how we go about doing that. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to open it up to the rest of you. And if you've got any questions, then we'll try our best, I think, to answer them. Do we have any questions?
I was going to ask you, did you see the BBC Two programme strikes this week? I think it was the first of three. I just thought it was interesting that the average viewer, having watched that, would have thought, actually, the unions are doing all right, really, aren't they? And the only really sort of bad people on the programme were those idiotic Tory MPs. So I think you're right, Darren. I mean, there's so many people who are like that who just need some sort of lead, and no one's giving any lead, is there? You know, so where's that lead going to come from?
Well, I think the important thing about that documentary, I thought it was really good, first of all. But one of the important things that comes out of that is when you see people like Mick Lynch and Eddie Dempsey and Dave Ward as well, they are changing the conversation now in the media to one of class. And that's where we need to go. You know, they are explaining it clearly that there's no need for things to be like this. You know, let's take Tesco's for argument's sake. You know, every time I go shopping in Tesco's, I buy roughly the same stuff each week, your basic stuff. Everything's going up 5 or 10 pence a week. First week, that isn't a problem, 5 or 10p. You know, but when that continually happens, right, you start to have to cut back on stuff because your bill is creeping up. At the same time as your bill is creeping up, Tesco's are announcing £3 billion worth of profit. So, personally, if Tesco's were struggling to make money, I could understand them putting their prices up. But when they're recording £3 billion worth of profit, it comes down to that word again, greed. That's what it is, just pure greed. So, I think it is important in documentaries like that people, yes, the unions are, let's be honest, the unions are doing well. We haven't seen a wave of industrial action like this for decades. So in that respect, the unions are doing fantastically well to get their members out and organised. But this is the whole point of what I'm saying, where are we going with it? Because we're just, look at the RMT, they're constantly out on strike, but they're not getting anywhere. They're not getting, because the politicians, the Tory party, they're supporting the train operating companies. They're giving them millions of pounds of your money to keep those working people out on strike. Rather than settling it and giving it to the working people, they're giving it to the train operating companies. So, Lauren?
Yeah, Lorraine Douglas, London and sometimes Kings Lynn. It's very refreshing, actually, Sarah, to hear you talking about the need for unions to change and to actually acknowledge the vested interests within the unions for not achieving change. And I think that has to be the starting point. But for me, what is quite clear is the ability to deliver those results has occurred in unions where there is a sophisticated grassroots organisation and where lay members are active and where you've got a reasonably high density, if not a very high density, of membership within that union. My own union, Unison, is the largest union in the country, although it hasn't actually grown since it merged in terms of numbers. Since it merged in, I think, what was it, 1993 or thereabouts. I remember it well and with bitterness. And what's happened since then is we've seen the erosion of shop stewards' organisation, the erosion of grassroots development, and really no real ability to get past that problem of recruiting members and actually growing the union. Our density within the areas that we organise is now less than 50% in most areas. When I was working, I think local government density was significantly higher than that within my union in Nalgo, and also, what was my union, and also within UP as well. So we've actually seen a change and a move, I think, towards corporatism. And for me, having been through the whole CCT, compulsory competitive tendering thing that went on, and the outsourcing and the privatisation, and we were actually discussing this on the train up, the one thing that was missing was any fight from the unions against privatisation. The whole focus was on protecting terms and conditions under TUPE, under the Acquired Rights Directive, but nothing from the unions about opposing privatisation itself. Now, it's arguable that Thatcher outlawed that by saying political strikes were unlawful. I would say that they're legitimate trade disputes, because even if at the point of transfer your pay and conditions are protected, you know that in future they will be solidly and steadily eroded, and for new members of staff they're not going to be treated equally, they're going to have worse conditions. And I think that the union movement consistently missed a trick from the 1980s onwards on dealing with this, and is continuing to miss the trick. Because what we've actually seen with the health service is 75% privatisation of all NHS services now, a rationing of core services and a rationing of core healthcare that people can no longer get access to. I mean, if you're elderly or if you've got diabetes, you need chiropody services and podiatry services. You can't get them anymore. It's virtually impossible to get them for free. You have to pay for it. This is obviously the region that started the Toothless campaign because of the unavailability of private dentists, of public dentists, NHS dentists, and so on and so forth. I've personally been shoved from pillar to post with private diagnostic services paid for by the NHS, and then private treatment services as an NHS patient. This is money that's actually being siphoned out of patient care and out of workforce pay and into private profits. So we've seen this happen with virtually nothing, in fact nothing from the unions. If anything, I think the unions in health have actually colluded with this process, and at no stage have actually turned around and said we need to stop the privatisation. The time, I think, has come, as you say, Darren, to actually start having these political discussions, proper political discussions with people working in these industries, to start taking policies to national conferences and saying, let's stop the privatisation and the outsourcing. Where these companies are failing in their duties, in their contractual duties, following privatisation, the demand has to be to bring stuff back in-house. We've seen it across all of the industries that have been privatised that are now taking industrial action. We're not going to see, I think, great victories in that. The best I think we're going to be looking for is score draws, actually, over the next period, which might sound pessimistic, but actually when you consider the successes that Thatcher actually achieved in taking us on and winning, that could actually be seen as a victory. But the important thing now is mobilising, keeping people's optimism going, and making sure actually that these disputes continue to be supported. But ultimately, it's the grassroots organising that's required. It's the ability of shop stewards within unions and across unions to organise and talk to each other and do the work that used to be done by us largely in the 70s and the 60s, and learn those lessons of history. The model's there. The model worked. We took them on and we won time after time after time. And it was that grassroots organisation that did the job. So that, I think, is where we've got to be focusing, building the broad lefts and doing that sort of work. But we're in for a long, hard slog. This government's position at the moment is to sit it out. That's their strategy. They don't have to settle this. They're quite happy to see this chaos continuing, I think, and then putting the blame on the unions, putting the blame on the companies, while all the time pulling the strings. So, it's absolutely critical that those conversations are happening, I think, on the shop floor and within our communities. Sorry, I've gone on far too long. microphone. Pass the mic back.
Thank you very much indeed. Malcolm Wallace, I'm from Chelmsford. I actually saw that programme in the afternoon before it was shown at 9 o'clock. And I was enthralled by it. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. And the political message that came across I thought was superb. I think the BBC made a mistake by putting it out, quite frankly, and someone will get a rollicking. But I told all the comrades about it, and I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the next one. But I'm a member of the TSSA, and historically, we've always been a bastion of the right within the movement. For the last, well, I don't know, say 10, 15 years, we moved to the left. You know, we've been doing all the right things. We've got a few problems at the moment. You know, we've been supporting the Morning Star. We put money into the Morning Star. You know, instead of me standing outside conference, let's say in the 70s, you know, trying to flog about 40, now we give it to all the delegates, you know. So we made tremendous progress. And we supported Corbyn right to the end. Sam Tarry was one of our members. Of course, he was an MP. Starmer got him removed. And that's part of the problem. They're removing a lot of left-wingers as MPs. They're slotting in their own people. They've created the conditions where it's extremely difficult now for somebody coming from the left as an MP to become leader. So it is a massive problem. And we've also got to think about PR as well. And until we get PR, you know, we're not going to move forward in the way that we really need to do so. And that's a major problem because Labour's got an interest in keeping the system as it is, so have the Tories. So there are real serious political issues that we've got to take on. And we can only do it by putting forward our policies time and time and time again. But somehow or other, we've got to crack PR. Thank you.
So if I, yeah, I'll just stand up just if it helps. Yeah, I think. Sorry. Microphone, yeah. Down the microphone. Don't need it quite so close. All right, is that better?
No, down here. That's it.
Is that better? All right. I think one of the issues Darren talked about education, people not understanding what trade unions are, or, you know, or what their role is, and something. I think one of the problems is, I mean, it's been discussed before, is the lack of industrial reporters. I'm a member of the NUJ freelance branch, but I think there's only about 4 publications. Obviously, Morning Star is one that have industrial reporters, and a lot of the stories you see about unions that are either hit pieces, they're, you know, attacks, personal attacks, or they're done by a guy called Alan Jones from the Press Association, who is one of the few industrial reporters still about, one of the few. Because so the actual journalists won't know what they're writing about, and that sort of came out. Particularly the RMT strikes last year, they would ask people like Mick Lynch crazy questions. I mean, okay, part of it's political attacks, but I think they just generally didn't know. They asked him stuff about the miners' strike, which happened, 40 years ago. They would ask what a picket line is and that sort of thing. Because to the average person, particularly outside the public sector, trade unions are a thing of the past, you know, or very minor, and their memories of it, if they're of a certain age, are going to be of the 70s and 80s. So there isn't that specialist reporting, and there's, you know, I think Tony Benn said there's always a business page, but there's not a labour page in terms of labour, in terms of work or reporting. So, but I just mentioned the BBC documentary. The BBC is one place where there has been strikes recently with local radio. So I don't know. Maybe some BBC employers are sympathetic, you know, but yeah, but that I think that is a major sort of issue, a major problem, and whether unions could train people up or help people in some way, I don't know, to become industrial reporters or persuade publications. I don't think the Daily Mirror has one, for example, which is supposedly a Labour Party paper, or, you know, that sort of thing. It's definitely an obstacle, I think.
Okay, I'll just respond to the last 2 people there really quickly. I think something that's really important that we haven't mentioned here is the whole Jeremy Corbyn thing and Keir Starmer thing. Now, let's not get bogged down in what the Labour Party is doing. One thing that Jeremy Corbyn has done, and one thing that they can't stop, is the way that he's inspired a whole new generation of activists and organisers. Okay, they're outside the Labour Party, which is a good thing. It is a good thing for those people to be outside of those political parties, because you see what happens inside those political parties once they get involved. And it's the same with some of our unions that sway to the right. So that's not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing at all, that the active left, the left of activists and organisers, is outside the Labour Party. That's a good thing in my book. Going on to Sean's point, this is exactly what I'm trying to say. If we educate our members properly about this kind of stuff, we won't need to rely on the Daily Mirror and people like that to report these stories, because these people will have a proper understanding already. And the best way that we spread our message isn't through the media, the mainstream media, because they control the narrative there. It is by sitting down in meetings like this and in our communities, in our local pubs, and talking to our friends and our colleagues. People are ready to listen because of what's happening in our society. But we need a grounding, a basic understanding from our union members to be able to go and speak out there. So it's it's not set up in a set meeting to do this kind of thing. I'm talking about educating our members to a degree where they can go out and have these conversations in their communities. And that's how we build a proper, organised, broad left coalition that can take on the mainstream political parties. Because until we get people to stop voting for them, we're not going to get anywhere. That is exactly what I'm saying. And the way we get people to stop them is by putting pressure on them. Once they realise that people aren't going to vote for them because they're not offering what we want, look how quickly they'll change.
Did you want to come in? And then I'll come in afterwards. She will wait patiently.
Okay. I think the point about people like Mick Lynch introducing class back into the conversation is quite an important one, because it has been removed, the last few years in popular discourse. And, speak as someone who recently retired from as a social worker in a local authority. And equality and diversity training was just completely stripped of any knowledge of collective action around equality and anything about class. So, we can talk about all the wonderful links that were made during the miners' strikes. It's just, it was just rewritten out of history there. But at the same time now, you do have a lot of young people who are working in 0 hours contracts, etc. Often, including people who've got degrees who might have been persuaded to think of themselves or conditioned to think of themselves as middle class. But, the whole myth of being able to get a mortgage now is there is that growing consciousness, which I think did, lead to a lot of the Corbyn the wave around Corbyn, which did really rattle both the ruling class and a lot of the liberal media as well. So it is, I think it is now quite important that we have got class into that equation. It's just completely shaken that old myth of, it's not really about class anymore, it's about other types of identities, all of which are part of that class struggle as well. But it is just getting that back into the centrality of the conversation.
I jotted a few notes down whilst people were talking, so I haven't seen the BBC Two programme yet. I'm a stickler for trying to watch everything together, so I want to watch them all at once when I get a day off. I think the talking about class and working class, I think there's a whole generation of people that don't understand what working class is and think it's a dirty word, and we've got to re-own that. A bit like when they call us snowflakes. Well, what happens when snowflakes come together? There's a storm, isn't there? And just like working class, we need to re-own that and be proud of that tag, if you like, not let young people think, oh, I don't want to be working class. That's not me. So it is important that that's in the kind of the approach that Mick and others talk about, and we've got to talk about it more. And that's where the political education comes in, being proud of being a working class woman, being proud of being a working class man, being proud of being a working class whatever. We've got to be proud of that, but we've got to teach people what it means again, because it's gone. A bit like trade unions not being understood in younger generations. We've got to teach them about what it is. Because the political education then naturally leads to organising, and that naturally leads to us having more power, because at the minute, how do we push back against a majority Tory government with 6 million members? 18 million members, 24 million members, 50 million members. We've got absolute power then, haven't we? And we can burn shit down, can't we? Effectively. If they don't do what we want them to do, we go and we shut stuff down like they do in France. And that's where we need to be, but we're going to have to work hard to get there. I don't think it's pessimism. I think it's realism, and I think that is vitally important. We can, shine things up as much as we like, but we've got to be realistic, because if we're not realistic, we're doing our members a disservice. And the members of the union, if I can stress nothing else whenever I speak, members are our union, not me, not national officers, not, full-time paid officials, our members, and they should always, always be driving the direction of our trade unions. That's why we have conferences, that's why we have democracy, that's why we have all this bureaucracy that I've just been talking about puts people off, because members should be the voice. I should just be relaying that. And we've got to get back into that as well. And industrial reporters, absolutely, we haven't got enough. And, we do need more.
Okay, I think we're gonna leave that section there. So thank you very much to Sarah for coming down and speaking to us. It's been superb. And thank you to all of you for engaging with us. This is what I really wanted from this, a good discussion. So thank you very much for that. And quickly, before Phil takes the microphone off me, educate yourself as well. Get together, talk to your colleagues, talk to your friends, and together we are going to win.
Many thanks to both of you. My only ask is keep your comments as short as possible. Hold the microphone here, because we are streaming live. So apparently, even though you may not want to speak with the microphone, you have to speak with the microphone. I think we're going to have a couple of minutes just a break, a quick comfort break. And then if we can reconvene in 5, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good to see you all here today. My name's Lewis Jordan. I'm the secretary of the Cambridge branch of ACORN.
I'm Renato Frisoni, campaign lead on the HMO campaign for ACORN.
Yeah, so thanks also to our previous speakers, really highlighting the importance of, getting organising and pushing the trade union movement forward in our workplaces. And, we all know that when your boss is exploiting you and making the working conditions absolutely miserable, you and your colleagues, you join a trade union and you fight for your rights. When your landlord or anyone else is exploiting you and making your life at home miserable, you should join a community union. And ACORN is the biggest community union in England and Wales. We're made up of workers, tenants, residents, neighbours, working class people throughout our communities. We started off our first branch in the UK in Bristol in 2014, and now we are over 7,000 members strong. There are hundreds of thousands of ACORN members worldwide in branches from countries from India to Canada to Honduras to Uganda, all standing up for themselves and their communities. And now, since the Cambridge Group only first formed in early 2020, we've been fighting for our members and our communities in our city here. We take direct action, we take collective action, we fight for our cases for our individual members on individual basis, but we also fight on citywide issues, such as our HMO campaign, which Renato has been leading.
Yeah, so basically, if you don't know what an HMO is, it means house with multiple occupancy. So basically, any house that has got more than one bedroom, obviously, and have this bedroom rented individually, so with individual contract to each tenants. And when these houses have got 5 or more bedrooms, they need to be licensed by the council. So what's the problem with that? When we started our campaign last year, we found that in Cambridge there were around between 600, 800 unlicensed HMOs. So that means not only that the council is losing on a lot of income that could be used for public good, but more importantly, that means that there are at very least 3,000 people that are living, in unsafe conditions, because the main thing the license do is ensure that the house is up to standard with health and safety, stuff like a fire alarm in every bedroom, or even stuff like the sides of the bedroom. There is a minimum size for the bedroom. And obviously, if the house is not licensed, all of this is not being checked. And yeah, obviously, this only counting if there are 5 bedrooms in each house. But we know from our experience that many of these houses have far more than 5 bedrooms, far more than 5 people living crammed together in very bad conditions. So from the beginning, our campaign, our main point was to raise public awareness of this issue, because we encountered a lot of people that didn't know anything about HMOs and about their rights. So at the moment, our main target in the campaign was the council, because obviously the council is responsible for enforcing this. And our main demands were 2. We had the publication of a timeline, of a plan, how the council planned to solve this problem. And the other one was to reinstate the online HMO register that at the beginning of this year was taken down, which is the main source where people can go online and check if the house is licensed or not. Many people define this campaign as quite moderate, because in the end, we're only asking to the council to do their job, basically. But nonetheless, we encountered a lot of difficulties, and even the response from the council was not as proactive as we wanted to. action where mainly we managed to meet the council in the housing scrutiny committee in the Guildhall and asking questions directly to the councillors. Then we met individual councillors out of the council, and we also managed to have a meeting with the executive councillor for housing in Cambridge, Jerry Bird. And yeah, we kind of had a mixed response. A lot of councillors pledged to our demands, but never committed too much. Yeah, so far, the main demand that's been achieved was the putting back the register online. And just a few weeks ago, we received an email from the Jerry Bird, the executive councillor, telling us, giving us some new numbers. For example, from the beginning this year, 240 houses HMOs were brought up to standard, and about 90 were licensed, were found a license and they were licensed. So we can see that things are starting to move in the right direction. But obviously, our work hasn't finished because, basically, as soon as all the improvements that happen only happen when we started putting pressure on the council. And for example, we can see sorry. Yeah, I mean, considering the risks that a licensed HMO brings, like fire hazard and stuff, we think the council should not hesitate as much in putting more resources in this issue. I think our next step will be to push the council to engage themselves with their own informative campaign about HMOs. We're thinking about pushing them to, I don't know, taking over billboards and stuff, showing people, what their rights with HMOs are. So, I mean, we also try to ask them to go, knocking door by door after that to find this a licensed HMOs, but like we do for free, but they could put people paid to do it. But yeah, they were always a bit hesitant to commit resources to it. So the main thing, we want the council to change their priority because we think this is a really important issue.
So as Renato was saying, we do a lot of work door knocking and talking to our neighbours and people in the community, asking them what sort of issues they're finding, ruining their lives. If it's something not out of work, often it's usually their state of their housing. We found the HMOs that are on that register. We went and spoke to the people living there, and we found that several of them were being rented by students, and lots of them had problems renting from a single company called UK Student Houses. They've got an office out on Milton Road. And they were finding that their repairs had gone not touched for months. They were getting mould in their houses. They were finding that their hot water wasn't working, fire alarms weren't working. They'd been promised money that never got paid. And sometimes they turn up on visits without any notice at all, which is totally illegal. So we got them signed up for Acorn. They became Acorn members, a bunch of those students in those houses. We figured out a strategy and we took direct action. 7 of us turned up at their office after they wouldn't respond to our emails. We demanded that they come and sort out all these problems, this long list of issues that we had. Pretty much straight away the day after, they were around the house, fixing things up, calling contractors and getting things sorted. We're still fighting on that case, but we're showing to just regular people who've got no experience with union organising and flexing their power that with a collective organisation behind them, they can really change things. I've actually even got my own case on the go at the moment. My letting agents tried to raise my rent a few months ago. They didn't send me the correct prescribed form that they're supposed to. They're legally, obligated to do so. And then when I didn't pay the increase in rent, they tried to claim that I'm in arrears. And when I tried to explain that to them, they just ignored me and rebuffed me and kept claiming that they'd raised it properly. So a couple of weeks ago, 14 of us went down to their offices and told them, to the woman there who'd been emailing me all this time that, that's completely unacceptable. They need to sort it out. And now it's been raised up to their national customer care body, and it's going to have a full investigation. And yeah, we're really expecting that to get all sorted out and ironed out in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, we're expecting compensation with that too. But yeah, from those small case, small individual level fights that we take on, we also campaign on a national level. We're part of a national union, a national body, and we're really close to a big victory on housing nationally now that the Renters Reform Bill has now been now in Parliament and should be passed in the next few weeks. It doesn't go as far as it should, obviously, and as far as we need it to go, but it will, ban those no-fault evictions, and with those other measures, they will materially improve the life for those who are privately renting. That's a long, hard campaign that we've fought alongside a lot of other groups. But yeah, it's through that fight that we've forced the Tories to deliver that legislation. But we are not just a tenants' union, we are a community union. We fight on all sorts of different issues, like a recent campaign that we had in Norwich.
Basically, recently in Norwich, the Norfolk City Council decided to cut on the school meal for children during the summer. So Acorn launched this campaign, the End Holiday Hunger. And yeah, after, again, a lot of people came together, they joined Acorn, and in the end, they managed to get a funding of 7.2 million for school meals during the whole summer. So yeah, I think this shows how it's important to come together and fight from the bottom, kind of. And another example of this was a while ago in Bristol, where basically there are these complex flats, the building flat building, and there was a fire basically in one of these, and one person died. And after this fire, it was found that these towers lacked a lot of the fire safety measures. And again, a lot of people from this community came together, joined Acorn, and after a lot of fighting, the council decided to remove all the cladding and add the safeguarding for all the fire measures and stuff. And this, the council basically they decided to fund this project with £100 million. So yeah, that's quite a big victory, let's say. I think, especially if we think about what happened not long ago in London with the Grenfell Tower, and we still have these issues, lack of safety in houses that should be modern, should be up to standard. We can see that, even if we have institutional measure, like licensing, for example, for HMO, this doesn't always work. So, but also if you see back in the past, like if we go back even to the Victorian age, we look at how people lived there. Obviously, it was much worse than today, and there have been improvements and stuff. But we can also see that as soon as people stop fighting from below, the situation is gonna go back, basically. Like the introducers say, with Thatcher, there were a lot of reforms that caused, housing conditions to degenerate. So yeah, I think this is one of the importance of organizations like this, fighting together from below, keep pressuring from below.
Yeah, and we need to keep up that fight. We are getting there. We are building this organisation, Acorn, in Cambridge, in other cities all around the country. capable of taking on those rich and powerful interests and winning. But we don't have piles of cash, we don't have a lot of resources, we don't have cosy political contacts. What we've got is our strength from our numbers, from working people working together, and the power of our solidarity. So to keep fighting and winning for our class, we need to keep growing in size and strength. So we want you guys to all join the fight, sign up, become a member. You can do it today. Speak to me or to Renate or to any of my lovely comrades in the Red Acorn T-shirts at the back there. If you're not from Cambridge, if you're from around local area, we've probably got a branch or a group close to you. And if not, then there might be one forming very soon. We'd like to, grow new groups wherever we can. Especially, we're targeting Milton Keynes and Luton in the next year or so. So anyone from those areas who's keen on finding out what Acorn can do in those areas, then definitely talk to us. Spread the word about us. If you know or meet someone in a situation where a local Acorn group can fight for them and turn things around, get some power behind them, some solidarity and the power of our union together, then tell them all about Acorn and how they can get involved. We're open to monetary donations and that from trade union branches. Get in touch with us. We want to appear at other stalls in Cambridge, other festivals over the next few summer months. We want to print new leaflets and do more things to get our word out there, but that all requires resources. Come and talk to us, find out more about Acorn, what we're doing, and join us. Thank you very much, and solidarity. I think, we can take questions. If anyone's got questions about anything we're doing in Cambridge, our other campaigns, housing in general, feel free. Do we have a spare microphone? That's one of these two. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Who wants to? Anyone got their hand up?
Is it okay? Yep. Yep. Okay. I just wanted to ask, what role do you have members who are in social housing, and what is the state of social housing in Cambridge? I can idea what you might say, but because obviously you've got a Labour council here. If it's not good, why are they not building more? What's the sort of excuse the Labour councils usually give? And could Acorn put more pressure on them to build more, I suppose?
That's a great question. We do have, a handful of members in social housing, and the state of social housing, could be a lot better. There are problems that we do find there. Social tenants in Cambridge have their own organisation where they organise, but that is something that we've looked at, and we could definitely prioritise in future is reaching out to those organisations, those social tenants, where they're finding problems. Acorn's strategy of direct action, collective action might be a bit different to those other organisations that they currently have to push their grievances through. So it's something that we would really like to do in the future for sure.
And are you at all in contact with any student association here in Cambridge? Or because a lot of students obviously live here, and some colleges do play the role of the rich and powerful and have been raising rent lately.
Absolutely, absolutely. We do have some links with the Cambridge Student Union. They recently passed a motion a few months ago saying that they recognise Acorn as a really active local union and an organisation that can help people with their student housing issues. We're building on those links for sure. We're going to build them as well with students at Anglia Ruskin. And yeah, we recognise and we're in touch with, we know that the students at King's College have been on rent strike recently, and we, really, respect that, and our solidarity goes out to them for sure. But yeah, we students are one of the most easily exploited, groups of renters out there, so we want to do our best to organise them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think another big problem with students in Cambridge, student housing especially, is how this affects also all rents and housing for everybody else. Because, for example, recently Anglia Ruskin University had a big recruitment campaign, and they basically so many students joined Anglia Ruskin that they ran out of their students' accommodation. So they started to hire people just to go around Cambridge and rent any bedroom they find. And this obviously affects the rent price for everybody. So this is a big issue that it's important to discuss.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I was going to make a point about repairs in Harlow, where I'm from, formerly with Harlow Trade Union Council. We had a decent homes programme that's put in by the council and across the country, and they employed Savills to do the initial surveys, and they were overall the contract control, and they had 3 or 4 different contractors doing various parts, windows, kitchens, bathrooms, roofing, etc. And insulation and external cladding for the single skin walls and concrete filled walls, concrete aggregate walls that have been built in the 50s to improve the insulation by external cladding. They then subcontracted out various works to other little operators. And when the works were finished, the council sent round, well, not the council such, but Savills had these tenant liaison officers who would browbeat tenants into signing off the works. Now, there was one that came to our attention because my wife was a councillor on the council and very sceptical of the Decent Homes policy and programme. And we went to one house where they'd had a rewire done, and they'd put the consumer unit, left it where it was originally sited above a doorway. And the lady of the house was only about 4'11" and didn't take into account document M of the building regulations, which relates to disabilities. So it relates to bathrooms and all. And there's a set height, a range, which a consumer unit should be put. Its idea being that someone in a wheelchair would be able to operate circuit breakers or the RCD. Now, this hadn't been done, and the tenant liaison officer had browbeaten her into signing off the works. And I went round there. So I, with Wider, went to a council forum with the main contractors and with HTS, which is the council's arm's length maintenance organisation. And we posed this to them, and they tried to like, what do you know? And I said, well, actually, I'm a qualified electrical inspector, and I examine hotels, hospitals, food processing factories for electrical safety. How's that? And then he had to wind his neck in. But that's the way he wanted to deal with it, the head of HTS wanted to deal with it, was to try and discredit the messenger rather than actually deal with the problem. Now, I noticed these problems even in Norfolk, in a holiday let, allegedly been tested for electrical safety. When I looked at it, obviously hadn't, there's some obvious defects. Raised it with the letting agent, they said they'd get it done, never did. And this is what goes on, because it's a market for electrical inspection, same with gas inspection. I know a gas inspector who won't do tenants' properties because the letting agents want to pay such ridiculously low rates for the gas inspection. Likewise, with electrical inspection, exactly the same. They don't want to pay the rates to get a competent electrician in who will do the job properly and ensure the tenant's safety. Now, in America, the code building codes administered by the county or the districts. And when Labour get in, what we should be demanding is electrical and gas safety inspections are conducted by permanently employed staff of councils, whether it be at a county or district level. That's one thing. And there be proper tenant forums where these things can be examined. And decent homes work in future should be managed by councils with properly employed clerk of works, carpentry, plumbing, glazing, electrical and gas. And they go out and they examine the work like they used to in good old post office telecoms where I used to work at one time. They used to have clerk of works and they examine every aspect of the work. And if there weren't enough clips on the trunking, they say, go and put those clips in. And the contractor wouldn't get paid until they'd done the job to the satisfaction of the client in accordance with the specification. And this is what should be happening with work in tenanted properties. And every property that's got a tenant in should be licensed, not just HMOs, the whole shebang. No one should be letting property out. And this Airbnb bollocks should be knocked on the head because there's actually damaging the hotel and hospitality trade. I mean, you know, horses for courses. Let hoteliers and bed and breakfast people manage that accommodation and people live in houses, not mix the two up.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's going to be a big part of moving into the next general election. Hopefully the renters reform bill will go through, but it won't really be changing things on the decency of privately rented housing. So that really needs to come into the future legislation that the next government takes care of. But it's not just the rules and the regulations; it's about the enforcement. And we already find that in social housing. There is this decent home standard that's already there, but councils have got no authority, no resources with which to enforce it or do anything about it. So that really needs to change in future.
Can I ask you, how do we apply more pressure on the councils to be building council houses? I was looking at the stats recently. Of all the cities in the country, with the greatest growth of population in the last 10 years, Cambridge is first and Peterborough is second. So you've got large numbers of people moving in at a time when you've had massive cuts to services, cutbacks on the quality of the roads, no houses really of number being built, and therefore the price of a house going up, and much harder to get into social housing. So the average wage in the city now is £690 a week. The average cost of a home to buy is £591,000, which just is mad. It is mad, and we've all got, well, a lot of us have got kids that are trying to find somewhere decent to live. So it seems to me, Will at the back just said to me, as a matter of fact, the answer is build council houses and build them to a good quality, high standard, well designed. And I wonder how in the run up to the next local elections we can apply pressure on the council to be working in that direction. Build council homes, that's the answer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that has to be a considerable part of, the future policy in local government, national government. In Acorn, we're a part of the recently launched Renters Manifesto. So if you search for that, you go onto that website, it lists there a load of different policies, including, a huge program for public social housing, building council houses, rent controls, increased enforcement of decent home standards, and all the sorts of things that we need. And Acorn can continue to fight to push national government, local government to build more council houses and achieve all those things.
Yeah, I think another issue is, at least in our experience, in the experience of our organization, is one of the main problems is that in our society we have this really big imbalance in the power, like you have in the workplace. But even if you think about the power, political and economic power that a landlord has, whether it's an individual landlord or an agency, obviously they got more political power and economic power than one tenant. I think, yeah, for many of these issues, one of the answers, what we're trying to do is to put people together so that we can change this imbalance, so the tenants can have more power than the landlords and the agency. In the end, they profit from this like artificial shortage of housing that there is in the whole country. But you can see, especially in cities like Cambridge, you know, that how rents prices keep going up, and there's no sight of any any improvement. And I think this is one of the reasons that council houses are not being built fast enough, because again there is this kind of lobby of landlords and especially agencies that profit more with a shortage than anything else. So.
Well, if there isn't, and there is one more question, it's up to you. You okay to take it? Thank you.
Yeah, it's just coming back on some of the issues. I think one of the key issues and the ongoing impact of austerity is that rogue landlordism is effectively legal, much as rape is effectively legal in this country, because there is no enforcement of standards, because the enforcement agency, which is the local authority, has been cut to smithereens, and those enforcement officers are no longer there. As you said, DLOs, direct labour organisations, used to be responsible for doing the work, used to be responsible for inspecting the work, used to be responsible for making sure it was up to standard. All of that has now been privatised in virtually every local authority in the country. The reason we're not getting council housing building is because the financial laws affecting local government make it very, very difficult. But there are some very practical things I think that comrades could be thinking about doing. The first is get on your planning portals. Look at, with every local authority, look at the big developments that are coming up. What conditions are the council putting on private developers to deliver on their obligations to provide social housing units? Tell the council, fight for the council to actually insist on genuinely affordable homes, not your 80% of market rent, but actually homes being let at social rent, stopping the sell-off of public land, and very often the donation of public land to private developers, supposedly in exchange for their planning obligations. You know, they should be paying for this land, but a lot of the time they're not. These are the sorts of clear campaigning areas, really, that comrades can get involved in, that organisations like ACORN and also local residents organisations need to be involved in. And at the end of the day, it is environmentally better to refurbish than demolish and rebuild. And what we've got is a wholesale sell-off of social housing, which has been in managed decline now for 20 or 30 years. In this country, we've got the wholesale sell-off of that happening to private developers, demolishing, rebuilding, not replacing the number of social housing units, or if they are, increasing the density so much that it really downgrades the quality of life. So it's a massive area, it's my area, one that I'm very passionate about, so I'll shut up now.
Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much to Lewis and Renato. I think that was I knew that session would take off because it is the big issue, isn't it? Yeah? Can we give them a hand again? Thank you. And we're just moving on to our next session. Are we having a break? Big break. How long? 20-minute break, and then we'll see you back here. So what time is it now? 3:20 then. See you then. Thank you.
welcome for everyone joining us, and thanks for everyone else coming back for this next session. So, the fight for women's liberation, I think we'll all agree, is one of the most important struggles being fought by the working class, always has been. As the old saying goes, women hold half the sky, and we can't be free until all of us are free. So with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce our next two excellent speakers on the Charter for Women, Raymond Douglas of the People's Assembly and Judith Vera of the Young Communist League. Thank you.
Thanks, comrades, and I probably won't be as long this time as I was on my first contribution. I'd like to thank the organisers of the Red Festival for the invitation to talk about the Charter for Women. And notwithstanding the billing on the flyer, I've got to clarify I'm not actually a member of the National Assembly of Women, although, as was stated, I am in the People's Assembly and in fact on its steering committee, and of course the National Assembly of Women is affiliated to the People's Assembly, as are a lot of other organisations. Comrades, I don't know how many know this, but Monday will actually be the 50th anniversary of the passing of the Equal Pay Act, a piece of legislation whose roots were in the famous Dagenham Ford women's strike in 1968, against their downgrading and the imposition of a 15% gendered pay differential with their male equivalents. In other words, it was built into the company's pay structure that women would get paid 15% less than men, whatever the job the men were doing. It's worth remembering that the women's strike was not exactly welcomed initially by their union, which only made the strike official a week after it started, in the face of fairly strong opposition from some of the male trade union members in the plant, who were laid off when production stopped as a result of the strike. So the women did eventually win their pay increase, but in fact had to take further strike action, I think in 1980 or thereabouts, and they eventually achieved 92% of the male rate, the difference being justified by women being less likely to be working shifts as opposed to men working shift systems. Now, I've been asked to speak specifically about the Charter of Women today, so I'm going to be cheeky and just ask by a show of hands, given that it's on most of the tables around here as well, and just ask how many comrades here have actually read the Charter for Women. That's not bad. That's not bad showing at all. For those of you that haven't, it's quite short. It's only 2 pages long. And as well as the copies of it that are on the table round here, it's easy to Google, and in fact you can get the bullet point summary at the end of Women in Class, the book Women in Class, produced and released by Mary Davis a couple of years ago, and you can also get a full copy of the Charter on the party's website if you don't want to take the hard copy away with you. Now, the Charter was adopted by the National Assembly of Women in 2002, and it's since been adopted by a lot of trade unions and different campaigning groups. It doesn't propose new policies. All it is really is a summary of some 40-odd key demands across a range of campaigns for women's equality in the 3 broad areas of social policy, the labour market and the labour movement. The Charter is, in fact, a campaigning tool for organisations to use to help frame demands designed to overcome the oppression of women and achieve equality in all of these spheres of our activity. And the first bullet point of the Charter, under the heading of society, is to highlight the feminisation of poverty and a campaign to reverse the cuts in the welfare state and public services. And at the root of this demand is a description of how women's oppression is manifested in Britain today. Despite the Equal Pay Act and 50 years' worth of legislation outlawing discrimination on the grounds of sex, we still have a gender pay gap of 9.4% between men and women, and a gap of 15.2% on bonus pay. And anyone who's worked in manual trades will know that bonuses are generally paid in those industries which are male-dominated, such as construction. They also get paid to senior managers and chief executives, again, where men are disproportionately represented against women, given the numbers that we have in the population. By contrast, jobs traditionally female-dominated, such as cleaning and catering, rarely pay bonuses. It's been a source of ongoing division within workplaces. For instance, single status between manual and white-collar jobs was agreed in local government in the 1990s, but one of the key barriers to achieving equal pay for work of equal value for male and female-dominated jobs was the difficulty of consolidating bonus payments into basic pay and achieving pay parity on the basis of a universal job evaluation scheme, given that none of the women's jobs carried either bonuses or almost never paid overtime, while most of the so-called men's jobs paid more either through bonus payments or contractual overtime. So what do we mean by the feminisation of policy? We know, for instance, that the vast majority of public sector jobs are occupied by women, who in turn are most likely to be in the lowest paid jobs. We also know that women undertake a disproportionate amount of unpaid caring, whether for children or for elderly and disabled relatives. We know that 4 million women are outside the workforce or underemployed because of their caring responsibilities. And that's one of those headline figures that the government wants us to focus on, all of these people who are economically inactive, you know, which also includes pensioners, by the way, but even people of working age who are economically inactive, 4 million of those are women who are undertaking unpaid caring work across the whole of society. The super-exploitation of women in the workplace and in the domestic sphere is a function of capitalism, which is dependent upon women for the reproduction of the workforce, as well as their labour from which surplus value is extracted at a higher rate than for their male equivalents. So the Charter for Women also emphasises the need to expose the ideologies that perpetuate women's oppression. For instance, the notion of a family wage, which cements the unequal status of women in the workforce, the social construction of gender, which assigns socially appropriate roles and behaviours based on sex, through which women's oppression is manifested, and which are presented through those ideologies as normal and natural, rather than products of a capitalist economic system. The need to end modern slavery and people trafficking, which in turn requires an end to racist immigration laws that push women and children into the arms of the criminal gangs which trap them into sex slavery or involvement in the illegal drugs industry. The Charter also highlights the importance of eliminating institutional and other forms of racism in the workplace, with particular attention to the status and pay of black women who experience the double oppression of sexism and racism, the need to end job segregation and improving access to apprenticeships and training for women in non-traditional areas, fighting for unions to prioritise equal value claims pursued through collective bargaining rather than a reliance on legal claims through the courts, and raising the value of the minimum wage to at least half male median earnings, rising over time to 2/3 of male median earnings. Critical to addressing the super-exploitation of women is the provision of universal socialised childcare. We know it can be done because it was provided during the Second World War to enable women to fill the jobs vacated by men who were away fighting in the war. The section in the Charter on the labour movement addresses the underrepresentation of women in the labour and trade union structures. While we have in the last couple of years seen women win general secretaryships in Unison and Unite and indeed in Bafawu, the fact is women continue to be underrepresented at every level of the trade union movement, despite the fact that we now constitute the majority of trade union members in the country. Charter for Women also highlights the need to support and facilitate self-organisation within trade unions and wider society. And we've seen self-organisation for women increasingly subsumed into generic equalities structures, which generally precede the abolition or blocking of self-organisation within the movement. I wanted to finish, and I'm nearly finished, by focusing on what we can do with the Charter, because it's not just a piece of paper, it is a set of campaigning demands. And it's intended as a campaigning framework within the spheres in which women live, work and are organised. As I indicated earlier, the Charter for Women has been adopted by the majority of TUC-affiliated trade unions, in addition to organisations affiliated to the National Assembly of Women. And I think as an exemplar, we can look at the RMT, which has developed the Charter into a detailed policy document, fleshing out the bullet points into practical bargaining and organising guidance that's relevant to their industry. So it includes, for instance, guidance on the design of uniforms, PPE, and ensuring that health and safety risk assessments and occupational health services take account of the specific needs of women, including uniforms that are actually designed to fit our bodies rather than blokes, and, for instance, recognising menopause as an occupational health question. The RMT Charter also highlights the need for safe transport to and from work for shift workers, and that affects all shift workers, male and female, but it is, of course, a particular issue for women if they're having to travel late at night or in the early morning and being vulnerable in consequence. It talks about the need to end the low pay and gender pay gap, which disproportionately affects women working in transport. It provides a model policy on domestic violence, which they've drafted in consultation with Women's Aid, ending sexual harassment, providing adequate toilet and sanitary facilities, which many of us will take for granted, but try dealing with that when you're actually driving a train or a tube, or indeed, involved in working on ships and whatever, making sure that you've actually got the sort of facilities that you need when you need them. I don't need to go into too much bloody detail over that, I don't think. It argues for improved maternity, paternity, parental and carers leave, a right to flexible part-time and family-friendly working hours, and appropriate childcare facilities, particularly important in a workforce governed by shift work. The RMT Charter is a model guide for organising and campaigning on core demands for women in the workplace, both at a local, regional and national level. And I really would commend it to comrades who are in work and involved in their unions to actually have a look at what you can do to a document that might look quite dry, but actually how you can apply that in practice in your campaigning work. And the question for us today, I think, is to think about how we can practically apply that in our community campaigning work and in our industrial work across all sectors. And the situation is becoming urgent, comrades. We've seen concerted attempts to downgrade the importance of fighting for women's equality at a time when services and benefits that have enabled women's full participation in society are being systematically destroyed and undermined. Whether this be the capping of child benefit to 2 children only, the capping of welfare benefits for workless households, the destruction of residential and domiciliary care services, forcing women to take on a higher caring burden at the expense of their work and social lives, the unaffordability of childcare combined with a steady erosion of provision, and the general undermining of education, social and healthcare services, all of which increase the domestic burden on women at a time when the nature of work has become increasingly precarious and poorly paid, with privatisation, 0 hours contracts, gig working and so on. This, combined with the misogyny evident on social and mainstream media expressed through the sexualisation of young women and girls and the ready availability of pornography, has set back the fight for women's equality and the challenge to our gendered roles of Madonna or whore. When we ask the question, cui bono, who benefits, the answer is not men, although undoubtedly there are material benefits for men emanating from the oppression of women, but the real beneficiary is capital, and that means it's to the detriment of our class as a whole. We can't achieve socialism without women's liberation and the ending of racism, and that's why these are questions of class, not identity, and why the demands outlined in the Charter for Women are as important for our male allies as they are for us. So the question that I'd like to ask, and we'll come on to that after Judith, who will be following on from me, the question that I'd like to ask the meeting, and I'd like as many people as possible to join in, is how can the Eastern District take forward the demands articulated in the Charter for Women in your public and wider movement work? Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Judith Cazorla. I'm the Women's Officer for the Young Communist League and as well the Central Organizer for the Communist Party of Britain. I would like to thank as well to all the organizations that helped for this meeting to actually take place. When we talk about the Women's Charter, We need to highlight it is a practical guidelines for trade unions and other organizations to apply it. As Lorraine said in her presentation, female poverty is rising. For women, and especially younger women, the rise of the cost of the living crisis push us to the wrongly called sex work. Sex work is defined by the productive relationships within the commodity and goods production. Women's bodies are neither commodity nor goods. I don't understand my letter, so sorry about this break. With the increase of the price of gas and electricity bills, for example, women on social media were posting videos where they openly related the cause of the living crisis with the joining OnlyFans or other kind of platforms. This is nothing new. The most tangible sign of women's oppression is their need to exploit their own body in order to be able to pay their rent, their bills, and support their families. During COVID, we could see a rise on those trends as well. Younger women who were opening accounts in platforms to get the cash their jobs were not able to provide. Those facts and what Lorraine highlighted about the conditions of work makes us stay at home. Capitalism force on that basis as care duties are carried out free by women, while they are being sexually exploited. The rise in social media of content creators such as Andrew Tate, etc., where they openly talk about a good woman is the one that takes care of herself and stays at home, because those are our duties, while they are exploiting women and committing human trafficking crimes. This is the same old capitalism with new ways to expand themselves and the oppression of working class women. So what needs to be done, and why every trade union and labor movement organization should work towards the implementation of the chapter for women. So the chapter focuses on the basic right for women in society, in their workplace, in the trade unions, in their life. We all should go back to our unions and organizations to make sure we apply those in our policies and campaigns, because women, we hold half of the sky. And thank you very much. And now I believe we are open for questions, so please talk.
Hello, can you hear me? It's not a question so much, it's more of a statement. The nursery provision for women is always attached to work. And I'd like to see the nursery provision attached to society or community. I'd like to see each town or small town, large or small, have central council-run nurseries where all women can use the service. It would be nice for a woman who maybe has a hospital appointment, can leave the child. And anything where a woman needs to have the child looked after, say maybe for a day, maybe it's a disabled child and she just needs a half a day off to go and just relax so she can refill her batteries, come back for the next day. And that to me, that's the necessary provision that is really, would free women to be able to go and study or anything else, not just attached to work. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. So the latest TUC statistics are out now, and they show a 200,000 drop in trade union membership, overwhelmingly in the private sector, overwhelmingly female. I got to say, that shocked me. And if that's not a wake-up call for the trade union movement to get our heads around and to organise in a new way, then I don't know what is. Why do you think that we've had a strike wave? It's quite clear we're getting another strike wave. You know, nobody ever said you only get one strike wave, and it was quite obvious in the middle of the first one that you'd get a second one. So you would assume that more women have been on the picket lines. The pictures seem to show that. More women taking up roles as local reps. There's some evidence of that. On the other hand, we've lost 200,000 members. Can you, I'm not saying why, I'm saying do you have any ideas why you think that might have happened?
Yeah, I firstly absolutely agree that whole issue around the socialisation of childcare is key. And, you know, I can remember when I was a toddler, we had free access to nursery provision on demand. We had free childcare being organised during school holidays and all the rest of it. That was in the 1960s. So we've had it, we've experienced it. Some of us have benefited from it either as mothers or children, and it's been taken away from us. In terms of Phil's question, I think we have to go back to, well, what's happened with the workforce? A 200,000 drop in trade union membership just happens to coincide with 160,000 vacancies in the social care industry, an industry which has been systematically privatised over the last 13 years since this government came into office, both with the sell-off of council residential care homes and also the sell-off of council-run domiciliary care services. And I suspect that a goodly number of that 200,000 primarily female drop is a direct consequence of the privatisation of jobs, both in health and social care, over the last 13 years. It's the most logical explanation for what's going on, because what we're seeing is an upsurge, I think, at least of economic consciousness within the trade union movement through the strikes. As Darren was talking about earlier, the trick now is to turn that into political consciousness. But we are seeing plenty of women, a lot of women on the picket lines. But what we're also seeing is women walking away from jobs that are no longer paying them enough to survive on, and which are becoming impossible when you're looking at achieving a work-life balance. You're also seeing a significant proportion of that generation of trade union activists that I come from retiring from the workplace and not being replaced by younger members coming through. And that is the massive, major challenge facing the trade union movement today. The activist generation, pretty much like our Communist Party, to be honest, the activist generation is retiring or popping its clogs, and the younger folk are not necessarily coming through to take the place. I'm delighted to say that that's not the case with our YCL, and long may you prosper.
Any other questions for Lorraine or Judith? Points? Coming over.
I actually work in the NHS, so it's plenty of women. And I've been there for 32 years, and you've seen women coming and go. But the problem I find is women. Those who actually climb up don't try and help those who don't. And that's the problem as well. Those who become senior managers, they've done it now. If I can achieve something, why can't you? That's their attitude. And that's where we need to work as well, encourage women to pull the other women up instead of pushing them down. And I try to do this. For years I've done it, and I encourage, especially there's a lot of, in NHS, there's a lot of women who do menial work, like domestics and HCAs and things like that. So try and help them for education. At the moment, I'm trying to help a lot of them. You see the potentials normally. So because we've got apprentice now, it's not just about apprentice, someone outside will just, a young person just finish school. It's not like that anymore. It's if you're at work and you want to do, I don't know, a foundation degree or a diploma or something you want to do, I'm trying to encourage some women on low pay to actually take on this apprenticeship, because that get them somewhere. Because remember, you know, a lot of women, like you said, they do caring and they've got children, they've got at home. I'm lucky, lucky or unlucky, I don't have children, so I never had to go through this. So I managed to concentrate on my career. But not every woman can do that. So it'd be good to actually, for us, women, to actually put our hand out and hold their hands and pull them up. And it's not just about men looking at women and make them go up. It's us as well, it's our responsibility. Thank you.
Any more questions or points? All right, I'll go. No, the one back there? Oh, I had a space filler. There you go.
I suppose I'd like to talk to Judith really about how are we going to get young people educated in rights of women and what they should be expecting. Because I think we're walking into a disaster where we're losing rights. So, I've seen my daughter trying to juggle, trying to have a baby and trying to have a career at the same time. And at work, she was told, she started a job, it was promotion, and the first day that she got there, she was said, well, we hope you're not going to have a baby soon because we've just had to go off on maternity leave. And I thought, nothing's changed, has it? And as the lady said earlier, just now, it was a woman that said it to her. If it had been a bloke, I would have probably understood it, but to hear it from a woman, and all the time, and the pressure of deciding, well, actually, I'm now going to take a step back because I want to have a child. That shouldn't happen, because children, as we always say, are a future, and you should be able to have time to sort out and have a child and not think that you lose everything. But we're walking, but honestly, we're just, your colleagues can say this to you, well, we hope you don't take maternity leave. This is such a backward step, and I thought we'd moved forward from that. But obviously, people don't know their rights. And just about the, Sarah, you'll know more about this anyway, it's organising at work. In the hospitality industry, as soon as any whisper of a trade union, the emails go round and they say, tell us the staff who are trying to talk about trade unionism. And I'm just reading the Matchworkers book by, is it Louise Raw? Yeah, I've just been reading that, and apparently at the factory, Bryant and May, they actually looked out for words being mentioned like socialism, pay, and I thought, isn't that exactly the same even now? All this time later, and that was about women again. But as I say, these emails go round, and to quite low-level management saying, if you hear anything, let us know, and let us know which staff are doing it. Who do I give that to?
It's actually funny because I come from hospitality industry. Like, I've been working there since I came to the UK back in 2019. And when I was promoted as manager, they told me the same. They told me, you better not get pregnant now because we will need you in the store. So I think the way to educate it comes as well with the issue of not having enough women on trade unions and not having that generation of younger people that literally our future. It's a little bit complicated, and if we don't fight, literally we wouldn't have, not be able to form a family and not be able to have even normal right conditions that you will expect, such as breaks and all that sort of stuff. And I think it comes for trade unions as well to focus on that education and focus on that gig economy that is so difficult to organize because jobs doesn't last that much. People get tired of having to live in the minimum wage, and it comes with that sort of conditions that we all have, that we need to actually work on that, and it's our duty to focus on that trade union work and to go to workplaces and let people know that the right is to have a break. The right is to go to the branch trade union and actually find a way to organize for the people to have a break or be able to actually have, first of all, a maternity leave and qualify to have a maternity leave, because that happens in gig economy as well, and in hospitality in particular, which if you have changed your work, you will not get paid if you haven't accrued like 36 weeks, I believe, any maternity leave or the government one, the company will not take care of that. So there is so many, so many different conditions that we should be fighting for. However, it's difficult because in the gig economy, and I'm gonna talk about hospitality because it's what I know and what I live since like a normal crew member until I was a manager and I needed to actually deal with all that sort of stuff. I forgot my point, so I'm going to leave it there. Sorry about that.
And I think one of the key things really about organising in the gig economy is that it is difficult. You know, for the reasons that Bernie's outlined, employers are looking out for this stuff. But the thing to bear in mind, of course, is that in the majority of cases, the employers who are looking out for this stuff don't have a Scooby-Doo when it comes to employment rights within the workplace. And the absolute right to belong to a trade union, which is still a legal right in this country, and the right actually to sue the backsides off of them if you get victimised for doing so. But what is required, of course, is confidence, knowledge, education, and knowing which bloody union you should be joining in the first place. And one of the things that will be that we're working on actually is looking at training younger women comrades to start looking at getting organised and taking on roles and joining unions and developing trade union activity. And we're planning that over the next couple of weeks. But it's something that I think the trade union movement generally needs to be looking at you know, recognising that actually you're not going to impose trade union membership from outside. The role of professional organisers is an important one, but they need to understand their place. They need to understand that it's the lay members who have to be controlling and taking this work forward. And it's about identifying potential activists, supporting, bringing them on, and actually developing the confidence to have those conversations within the workplace. And I just wanted to talk again, another issue about conversations, and coming back to the first point that Bernie asked about how we educate our young men about women's rights. And I think we've got to be, you know, my generation and the generation immediately before mine, who are the parents of some of the younger people in the audience, we actually need to take responsibility for having difficult conversations, both with our girl children and our boy children, young men and young women, about pornography and about the sexualisation of women and the sexualisation of young girls. These are difficult conversations for parents to have, but we have to have them, because the reality is of young people's lives every day on social media is to see a projection of women as whores. That's our natural role in society. Why people like Andrew Tate can get away with for years generating a really vile and toxic culture that is rife on social media and that actually, you know, contributes materially to young girls and young women's oppression in society as a whole and also in the workplace. We've got to have those conversations, comrades, because if we don't, we're actually betraying that generation, not just of women, but also of young men who will never know what it means to actually have a normal, decent, equal relationship with a partner. It's vital that we do that, because otherwise all of the gains that were made, and they were by no means sufficient, but all of the gains that had been made in terms of our status in society, we stand to be losing.
Any more questions for Lorraine or Judith?
So it's okay.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a danger? I know we talked about the importance of trade unions, and I think I'm sure everyone would agree with that. The labour movement, for want of a better term, or left, perpetuates some of the oppression against women. You know, obviously there's been a lot of scandal in the TSSA and GMB in recent years. The leader of Plaid Cymru has actually had to resign because there's a report that said, depends if you think it's a you know, what if it's a left party or whatever, but because of bullying and misogyny within his own party, having replaced a female leader himself. And you've got some unions like the United Voices of the World, I think they're called, who actually unionise strippers. Of course, you might say, well, that's good, they're unionised, but I think a lot of people, particularly women, but men as well, would say that being a stripper is a bit of a degrading profession, or degrading if people have to resort to doing that, you know. And you could argue that unionising them is normalising something like that, you know, work that many people, I think, I would assume, would see as a little bit degrading and sexist. So is there sort of a contradiction in terms of that? I suppose that's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I think just coming back on that last point about organising in the sex industry, we have to recognise that there may be 0.5% of sex workers who are happy with the work that they're doing. The 99.5% are usually women who are either sex trafficked or effectively sex slaves or forced to do what they do because of poverty. You know, if you're looking at the OnlyFans phenomenon, and I mean, there's a very interesting storyline developing on EastEnders around precisely this sort of issue. At the moment, it is not something that women go into happily or through choice. It's generally driven either by absolute desperation or in the majority of cases, I think, a form of slavery. And I actually heard it said by one of our young comrades at the YCL Women's Conference, my vagina is not a workplace. You know, so to talk about organising in that industry, we have to be realistic. The majority of people who are organised are the pimps and the madams and the people who are actually profiting from the sex industry, rather than the overwhelming majority of people who are working in it who really do not have much more than the status of slaves, and in many cases are actual slaves and victims of modern slavery. So I think from that perspective, it's not an issue that I'm going to get wildly excited about. If people want to be in a union, that's fine, but let's just be realistic about what we're talking about. I don't think it's a question of the labour movement colluding. The labour movement is a part of the society in which we live, and it's a society which is, at the moment, increasingly misogynistic, so we will see that. It's also the case that blokes have been behaving badly for a very bloody long time, whether it's in the trade union movement or whether it's as employers. I think one of the positive things that's happening at the moment is it's now finally being called out, you know, and it is, and there seems to be a commitment to continuing to call that out. And, you know, we're now saying, well, enough's enough. And for anyone who hasn't seen it, I highly recommend on Amazon the series called The Power, which is a dramatisation of a book of the same name, which shows women developing a power that actually enables us to get our revenge, if I can put it that way. But it's a power that's described as having been developed as a result of self-defence and the need for self-defence. So I'd recommend that in terms of a cultural alternative to the likes of Andrew Tate, and I'm looking forward to the next series.
I think I actually was going to say the same about unionizing pimps and all that sort of stuff. If you look at the Netherlands and Germany, where actually prostitution is legalized, their unions are mostly men, because actually sex workers are not able to, I mean, they are able to unionize, but it's led by them. So at the end, it ends up in the same position that we are, and that we are talking about capitalist oppression and women's oppression and that sort of stuff. There is another TV series in Netflix. It's fiction, but Sky Red. It's a fiction about prostitutes killing their pimps and all that sort of stuff. It's really great, but as a fiction, but as well it show you the life that those women's. It's focused on 3 women, and they show you the life that they had before and how they end up freely in prostitution. And that sort of actually TV series that portrayed that reality, that sex work is not trendy, sex work is the same old exploitation of women. I think it's really cool. The TV series, not sexual exploitation.
Any more questions? Oh, competition.
Hi. It's really interesting what you've been talking about with sex work, and from what I've seen with the younger generation, there's very much this whole sex positivity that's now. I've heard a lot and seen a lot of women sort of posting and mentioning that sex work is work. So, as you say, it's very much going backwards in that sort of sense. And especially, like you mentioned, with the different platforms with OnlyFans, and how it's almost like this concept of younger people feel empowered by platforms like that rather than actually resorting to it because they're perhaps struggling with money or etc. Probably a lot to do with this consumerism lifestyle as well. People feel that they need more money to support themselves in that. But how do you differentiate with the younger generation that are actually really struggling, because rather than educating themselves and looking at unions and ways to help themselves in those situations or resorting to that, I mean, how are the YCL and unions going to sort of reach that younger generation that are misguided with this?
One of the issues with that is that singers, models, and so on, at the end up in OnlyFans. When you go to OnlyFans, you literally can open the platform and that's it. You can post whatever you want, and they will send you money for your subscription, to subscribe to your channel. When younger women look at models or singers opening an OnlyFans and be like, oh yeah, this is empowering, what they don't realize is they have people behind, and they have a marketing behind. No one will get £10,000 in the first month in OnlyFans, as it's been said in a lot of normal newspaper, like, oh, this singer reached £3,000 in the first month in OnlyFans. It's like, do you know American Dream? The same, a bloody lie. It will, the social media, it's an amazing tool, but as well can be a really, really ideological one. And when we talk about these issues with like empowering women and that sort of stuff through sex, we forget that the conception we got on sex in society comes from the desire of man, and that implies that our body will be a commodity anyway. So, of course, this will help like all the social media platforms and OnlyFans and other sites of porn for consumers, but as well for having more content, because the demand is there, and that's an issue to tackle as well. When you tackle the demand, that work is that work. It's not that useful. And so regarding younger women and how we can actually tackle it from organizations like the Young Communist League and the trade union movement is a big, big question. And it's really complicated in the way of we need to put our feet on the ground and be realistic about what we need to face. We need to, fighting social media is a big monster, but we still have that tool that we can use against them, and try to get that message out as much as we can. and to tell women that maybe what you don't feel it right now, which is like, yeah, I'm posting my pictures. I had a friend that was in OnlyFans in COVID, and she was really happy with it. She opened an Instagram page with all her kind of succulent pictures, kind of sexualized for attracting more customers. And at the end, those pictures end up being sent to their parents, to her parents. And the bullying she needed to face in her hometown was horrible, like until she left the hometown because of that. So it's about thinking in long term and make sure that women understand that consequences can happen as well, that we don't need to show a boob to actually as well have rights on our workplace have rights in your workplace, have a dignity of life, and not have to be in a moment of, well, maybe if I open an OnlyFans, I can pay my rent this month. And that comes from organization, and try to reach as many young women and young people and older women to actually realize about that situation and put the facts out, not only what can see like a candy, but it ends up being poison.
I'll just come in as well. I mean, I think it's really important just to emphasise the ideological nature of that sex work is work and sex work is empowering for young women. Since the invention of the pill, we've been told that sex is a liberating thing for women, and because it can stop us getting pregnant, it's fine. We can go out and shag anybody and anything, and you know that's groovy and super duper. That's effectively been what we've been being told since the 1960s, and that's indoctrinated, and you know it goes into, I guess, the psyche really of a lot of younger women. What's not gone along with that and has not been emphasised is that the power to say no is also incredibly liberating. The right to withdraw consent, the right not to be raped in marriage, which was still legal until I think 1992, when that piece of legislation was lifted. You know, the fact of the matter is that sex has been used to subjugate women since time immemorial. Prostitution has been used to subjugate women since time immemorial. And the ideology around it's okay for women to sell their bodies for sex has been around since time immemorial. You might be outside of society, but the fact is there have always been customers for that. So one, there's nothing new about it. Two, it is incredibly damaging. Three, unlike the olden days, the day you put a naked picture of yourself on the internet is the day the entire world has the ability to see that naked picture of yourself on the internet, with hideous consequences for women all the way down the line. So it comes back to that. We have to have that conversation. We have a responsibility to challenge every time we see young women saying it's empowering and explaining to them why it isn't and why they're being conned, because they are. And if they can't afford to pay the rent, then we need to get organised so that they can pay the rent, or that the rent is actually charged at an affordable rate. These are social issues. As soon as you put it behind a screen, it becomes an individualistic issue, and it becomes very, very difficult in those circumstances to get organised. So when we see them saying it on social media, we have to challenge it. We have to have the debate and the argument without judging, by the way, because we don't judge in those circumstances. This is desperation. It's not willingness. It's not a conscious choice. This is not a career choice that most women would choose to make.
Thank you. So, we've got time for one final question.
I think going back to, this is an observation more than anything, the Jimmy Savile scandal, when it first was exposed, that was in the Sunday People, I think, and I thought to myself, I saw it on the front of the paper and I thought, oh, nothing will happen. That's that'll just be swept under the carpet sort of thing. Within days, weeks, months, he was condemned, and rightly so. And I don't know what you think sort of regarding that. That was a good thing, obviously, but he was an awful man. But that was just how I saw it. And I honestly thought, no, nothing will happen. And that is progress, really, isn't it? He was condemned. Of course, he's deceased, and he didn't take the consequences. But I don't know what your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, he got away with it. He died before it became public knowledge, but it was reasonably public knowledge all along. I mean, that guy was protected at the highest levels of society. And when I say the highest, I mean the absolute highest levels of society. If you look at the circles and whose shoulders he was rubbing when he was out and about glad-handing Thatcher, glad-handing the royal family and all the rest of it, you know that there was protection going on there, because it is inconceivable that people working in that industry and people close to him were unaware of what he was and what he was up to. And it was common knowledge throughout the industry, throughout the BBC, and it was a conscious choice not to deal with that. The fact of the matter is, the late 1960s, 1970s, girls were fair game and were considered to be fair game and were considered to be culpable as well. We won't even go into the name of that Rolling Stones song, but anybody who's seen the film Crossfire Hurricane will remember the scene of a very young woman basically being shagged on camera by one member of that band, and it was a horrific, hideous scene. Very, very young woman, possibly even underage. So that stuff was rife in the 70s, rife in the 80s, and I suspect it would still be relatively rife now, and probably is still rife. It's just a lot of younger women won't necessarily know how to blow the whistle, let alone be confident enough to do so, even if they did. It's something, we have to be eternally vigilant over.
What I will add, we have a camera recording, so I cannot do that. I cannot say anything.
There's one at the back there.
Yeah, we're pushed for time, but there's just a quick one.
Can I just say that I think a large number of men are not misogynistic and support equal rights for women, men and young boys, and I think it's them that are going to have the most influence in the workplace, in the unions, in their sports clubs, and I think we need to not tend to just talk about men, some men, probably the minority, but we've got to get them on board with these issues.
Can I give one example in relation to that? You've got 100 women walk past a building site and 100 men working on that building site. 4 men wolf whistle every woman who walks past. That's 100% of women who've been sexually harassed, but only 4% of men who did the harassing. The responsibility, I would say, then lies on the other 96 men on that building site to tell them to stop. And ultimately, of course, that's what we're asking for from our male allies. Support us, challenge that behaviour, call it out, and report it when you see it. Because if a woman's on the receiving end of that sort of behaviour, it's very often impossible for her to raise it herself without really, really strong, solid support. But, at the end of the day, these are class issues as much as anything else, and, we have to make sure that we've got unity within the class, across the sexes, to take ourselves forward and to liberate women. Our liberation means the class liberation, and we can't have it without it.
Just one final question before we go. I noticed in the Morning Star that Judith's just come back from Cuba. And I wondered if you had a chance to meet Cuban women and whether you could describe some of the things they are doing in their lives, the roles they play.
Yeah, so I had the pleasure to actually meet the Cuban Federation of Women. We had an international solidarity conference on the 2nd of May, where we have divided ourselves in different groups. And one of the talks and the discussions was about women. There are issues in Cuba as well. The bad situation they got because of the blockade actually pushed women as well to seek for that sexual exploitation on tourists basically, and that's a shame. But this is imposed by the United States basically, and also what I mostly remember about that talk and about that discussion is how women's actually are organized, and are organized not only nationally but internationally, and how the call against imperialism, they make it a question about women as well. And to be honest, it was probably, I cried the whole journey, right? But that one was one of the talks I was most inspired by. And yeah. You will see an article on Talent, the YSL magazine, about that.
So sadly we're out of time, but thank you both so much for being here and for your contributions to the fight for women's liberation, solidarity. And we're going to take a 10-minute intermission before our next segment on transport.
Ladies and gentlemen. So, right. Okay, mercifully short, but please ask difficult and awkward questions. We haven't had a lot of conflict today, and I'd like to ask some difficult and awkward questions, especially on the book. Yes, they are. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it back to Phil. I'll come and take the seat next to you. So, away you go.
Thanks very much, Gordy. Can I ask who's heard of Tom Mann? Amazing. Actually, that is amazing, because normally not many people raise their hand. He's one of those people, I guess, that you know the name, but you don't necessarily know a lot about. And then when pushed, people will say he was the leader of the Great Dock Strike in 1889, which he was. And as far as people go, participation in that strike in a leadership role, a decisive role, would normally make you your name for life. But Tom didn't stop there. In fact, he kept going and going and going and going. It's interesting that when you look back across the history of the British working class movement, they tend not to do martyrs, except once the Tolpuddle martyrs had earned their spurs, no one else got that accolade, and they don't tend to do the idea that you're an intellectual, and I think these are largely good things. But what they do is use the term pioneer. It's a very interesting, very loaded term. It's one of the great accolades. And people that you can think of that are pioneers are generally people who make a considerable mark during their lifetime, but leave a legacy of ideas which then go on to shape the lives of others. So you're looking at people like Robert Owen and William Morris and Eleanor Marx. But actually, when you really think hard about it, there's very, very few pioneers either. So the book covers the range of his life fairly quickly, but what it does do is look at the ideas that he left that then went on to shape the modern working class movement. I was intrigued that in 1936, the Communist Party had a very rigorous internal debate about how to respond to fascism, which was championing a kind of virulent, aggressive form of nationalism, posing as patriots, which they never were, and posing in some cases as revolutionary democrats. So the Communist Party had always had a straightforward line of class against class, but suddenly realised that it was going to have to take on these issues of nationalism and patriotism. And one of the things that they did was to delve back deep into their history. And in September of 1936, actually this isn't in the book, so you're all getting a really extra, one of those extra director's cuts. 5,000 people assembled on the embankment, and there were over 400 silk banners. Sadly, none of them remain. And it was a pageant organised by the London district of the Communist Party. There are a few pictures. They then marched to Hyde Park, where they were greeted by another 20,000 people, and then they marched to Shoreditch. So anyone who knows London knows that's quite a walk, a nice walk actually. And this was a pageant, a moving tableau of historical events and characters that the Communist Party was claiming really was the essence of nationalism and patriotism, not the fascist kind, much of it that referred back to ancient Rome and ancient Greece and things that never really existed. And what was extraordinary about that march was that one of the banners had on its front a guy called Tom Mann. And he was actually on the march. So he was alive when he was being considered an important feature of British national culture. I think that it's no exaggeration to say that Tom shaped the British Labour movement. In the 1980s, sadly I'm old enough to remember it very well, participated intensively in both events, which was the Great Miners' Strike and the Printers' Strike. They were defeats, heroic defeats actually, which is different from a normal defeat. But there were 3 defeats in the mid-80s that had great substance and long-running implications. So the third one was when the TUC abandoned its own internal structures. It said, we're being defeated by Thatcher, we're now in retreat, we need to reshape the labour movement and its orientation. And they went about breaking down subsections. So they had like industrial sections of the TUC, where unions, who were often competing for members, and often really didn't like each other. As a member of the National Graphical Association, I can tell you that you were raised to dislike anybody that could possibly handle your machine for you. These unions often didn't agree, but within the TUC structure, they were forced to work together. So you would have education, you would have energy, you would have agriculture and food, you would have the metal trades. And in those areas, those unions were expected to get together and not just develop policy that responded to government's thinking, but to originate their own policy, a working class policy. When the TUC abandoned this, they were actually abandoning a structure formed out of the ideas of Tom Mann and the cadres that he trained in the 30s in the trade union movement, many who went on to become general secretaries. So that showed that somebody who had died in 1941 was still having an influence in 1984. And it's interesting, I'm not in the slightest bit a conspiracy theorist, but sometimes history has a funny way of visiting you, that the first thing that happened was that the TUC broke down its structures, and then you got the miners' strike, and then you got the printers' strike. So they weren't able to respond to their industrial sector for support and for alternative kinds of policies. This shows the extent of somebody who is respected, who at every turn looks to ordinary working class people for the wisdom rather than for a trade union leadership or the great ideas. It shows the power and the influence that people can have when they work in the collective. And Tom Mann was somebody who never sought high office. Gladstone actually offered him a role as a cabinet member, which he turned down in the first ever Ministry of Labour. He wanted him as Secretary of the Ministry for Labour. He turned that down. So Tom cut his teeth in the 1889 dock strike. He then was selected by the unions to represent them in a Royal Commission of Labour in 1891. And this Royal Commission did much to shape the modern labour movement. Before then, things like strike statistics weren't kept, employment statistics weren't kept, nobody understood the power of the 8-hour day, nobody understood pensions or social welfare from a working class point of view. And he was in the Royal Commission and basically turned it into a theatre where he took on the vested interests like Lord Northumberland and defeated them. And his ideas were being discussed daily in the floor of the House of Commons, one of the most important being 8-hour day. Tom saw in the 8-hour day the kernel of a new society and a new way of living. He said 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for work, and 8 hours for the reconstitution of society. So you would see your family, you'd work in your community, you would volunteer. And he thought that this was the opposite of capitalism, but he didn't know how to defeat capitalism. It's only 1891 after all. He went on to form the Workers' Union that became the largest contingent of the Transport and General Workers' Union. He went on to form an Agricultural Workers' Union. He became the first General Secretary of the Independent Labour Party, and his closest friends were people like Keir Hardie. And then he kind of comes to a halt because his experience of all of that means that he's kind of really sceptical of Parliament, but still thinks that Parliament is valid if there's a very strong working class movement with its foot on the parliamentary neck. Wouldn't be a bad idea even today, would it really? And so he decided to go to Australia. That doesn't sound as weird as you might think. He wasn't going for a jolly. In fact, Australia was very advanced. It had already, the first Labour government had already existed in New Zealand. Australia had legal trade unions, whereas in England it was still questionable. They had cooperation, they had Labour governments, they had arbitration, conciliation in labour disputes. So he thought, well, I'll go out and see whether this social democracy thing works. In the process, I have to tell you this one. Am I doing all right on time, Gordy? Yeah. So in the process, he became the father figure, the founding, really, figure of a large part of the New Zealand and the Australian trade union movement. And I worked in Australia over many years. You'll see Tom Mann Theatre, Tom Mann District, Tom Mann Street. It goes on and on. He led a decisive strike in 1908, 1909, which was a strike of armed coal miners, many thousands of them. The union fought a very, very bitter battle, and it won quite considerable. They didn't think so, but quite considerable results. He was imprisoned during that time. At one point, they stopped him from speaking, so he removed himself to the adjoining state, which is like going from here to Wales. And each Sunday, they used to hire a Tom Mann train with 5,000 coal miners on it. I've got pictures in the book of this. And they used to drive up to the border of New South Wales and stop a metre before, and a metre into South Australia on the other side, where he wasn't banned from speaking, was Tom Mann. And I've been very lucky. I've had access to some of the transcripts of those speeches. And to those trade union leaders who think that you have to go to ordinary workers and just tell them what they want to hear, or talk to them just about wages, or talk to them about what you call core trade union business. Tom Mann didn't believe that. He said, you're in a fight for your life, but you will keep on fighting, and you won't win until you fight for a new world. And this made him an incredibly popular figure. He grew, I think he was dismissive of parliamentary action because of his experience in Australia. So he came back to England in 1910, and he went to France to learn about syndicalism. But he really located the roots of syndicalism in the very earliest English labour movement of William Benbow and Robert Owen. And as it was with Tom's life, he kind of grasped an idea that just happened to coincide with the biggest struggles that were around on a world scale. And 1910 to 1914 is considered they call it the Great Unrest. Some say that the ruling class breathed a sigh of relief when the First World War started, because they lost control of certain cities in Wales and in the northwest of England. And he was called the Great Dictator of Mersey, because he oversaw the United Strike Committee in the transport strike of 1911 in Mersey, where nothing moved except soldiers. 4,000 of them occupied the city. A gunboat was sent by Churchill up the Mersey to keep them quiet. It didn't really work. Tom was incredibly successful, but one of the things he did during that strike was to print a copy of a newspaper which called on British soldiers not to shoot strikers, and so they put him in prison for that as well. He went on a 6-month tour of America. He came back. He went to South Africa to lead a general strike of coal miners, which, interestingly enough, was one of 2 general strikes in South Africa of white coal miners. But when I was in South Africa in the mid-90s, COSATU considered that, even though it had been a very sectarian strike that didn't involve black workers, they considered that an important part of their legacy. The strike leaders were hung, hundreds were deported to Britain, their headquarters were bombed from the air. Tom Mann came back just in time for the First World War. And then he started to militate, where he'd gone from a kind of Christian radicalism to a social democracy with the Independent Labour Party, to radical trade unionism with syndicalism, and now he was becoming a revolutionary. And so in 1917, he took part in the Leeds Congress. In 1920, he became a founder of the Communist Party. At the age of about 60, he became, 63, he became the General Secretary of the Engineering Union and led it on a titanic struggle over jobs and hours. One thing that is different about my book, there's 2 things. One is to discuss this idea of the pioneer. The second is to look at Tom after he wrote his own memoirs in 1912. Most scholars, I'm not a scholar by the way, but most scholars who write about him, they kind of use that book as an excuse to do just the last part of his life in 2 pages. But of course he became an international leader of the communist movement who went on to work with Lenin, Trotsky, Solomon Lazovsky, some of the names escape me. He did a famine tour of Russia in 1921 with President Kalinin. So he was kind of he was a British guy who was the most extraordinary international figure, considered the father of the labour movement in Canada, America, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. To pull things to a close, Tom had this ability to reflect, which I think it was a magical quality. When he stopped with Christian radicalism, he didn't reject it all. When he stopped with syndicalism, he didn't reject it all. He selected the best and he absorbed it and he kind of knitted it into the ideas that he was going to carry forward. And after 1917, till the end of his life, so the scholars that stopped writing about him in 1917 are actually missing the last 25 years, which I'd be pretty much aggrieved if somebody wrote a biography of me and managed to miss the last 25 years. Tom went on to become a member of the Presidium of the Red International of Labour Unions. So when he was 72, that responsibility took him to China, where when he died, the Chinese Communist Party also referred to him as a father figure of their labour movement. He undertook a 6-month clandestine organising tour of Shanghai and Wuhan. There's an incident where he is asked to speak to a strike meeting of 40,000 armed dockers, which he did. This is reported on the front page of the Times. But unfortunately for him, the British landed an occupation force at several regiments of Indian soldiers the same day. And so there were questions about him being a traitor and the like. He had to climb mountains, swim rivers at 72, but they made it to this Congress, which brought people to China from Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the West Coast of America, Harry Bridges and the Dockers, and they formed a pan-Pacific organisation that is considered the founder of many of the trade union movements in those amazing countries, even now. He came back in one piece. It's very hard to write a biography of Tom Mann because he lives an agitator's life. Much of what he does is not written down anywhere. Some of it to his wife is in code. Some of it because we are revolutionaries. It was possible for me to try and see how he would work as a revolutionary and to put his life, some of the pieces together. Very little of that's been done. So when it became time to fight for freedom in Spain against Hitler, Franco and Mussolini, the first British volunteers fought logically under the banner of the Tom Mann Centuria. And he spent much of his latter life, I think, even more influentially. And I'll finish on this. My memory is not so brilliant these days. But when we came to nationalise coal, rail, energy, road transport, there were 6 large elements of the post-1945 government. All of the 6 areas were led by trade unions that had Communist Party general secretaries who had been trained in the schools, the political education schools that Tom Mann did in the 30s. And in 1944, those trade unionists got together in a famous gathering and produced a memorandum on the future development of the labour movement, which they did for the Communist Party, that became TUC policy that shaped the modern trade union movement. That is Tom Mann. For the fun bits, yeah, he did carry, at one point in the dock strike, he carried 2 revolvers and used them whilst preaching in churches and telling the unemployed that if they didn't like their lot, they should go to church and kick off. That's how you got free speech. I mean, he's a man of many interesting bits. You'll have to read the book, I think, which would make Manifesto Press very happy. But I hope you've enjoyed that impromptu snippet. I had about 5 minutes warning, but I consider it a blessing to be able to share the life of somebody so interesting, so humble, and so important, who's been driven from history. So I hope my little contribution puts him back in his place.
Thank you. Right, I'm afraid we're running out of time a little bit, so I'm probably going to take about 4 questions. So try to keep them on point and try to make them controversial. So here we go. Who would like to answer the first question? Okay, Darren.
It's a very simple question, Phil. You talk about Tom Mann as a pioneer. Do you see anybody in the current Labour movement now?
It's true. You do, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Do you want me to? Sorry, shall I? Yeah. So this isn't dodging the question. There are people, there are leaders. You put them there, and you can unput them there. And in my lifetime, it wasn't unusual to have leaders who very quickly compromised their own position in order to achieve something else. You tend not to get those these days. They're very forthright, they're very earthy. I mean, has Sarah gone now? Yeah, I mean, I thought Sarah would rush off to another meeting after her speech. She wanted to stay and listen. That's the kind of integrity that you have in our leaders now. I'm thinking obviously of, the Postal Service, the RCN, the rail workers. But with Tom Mann, we're talking about something different, okay? And in a way, You don't have to, you don't know where a pioneer is going to come from. Eleanor Marx, largely buried from history, actually, she was Cole's daughter, till Rachel Holmes came along and started showing that she'd actually written parts 2 and 3 of Capital, and was teaching Will Thorne, who was the leader of the gas workers in 1889, how to read and write. And I don't know if you've had the pleasure, but I've read her writings on America. And she's actually got a Marxist essay on the social conditions of cowboys. It's absolutely fascinating stuff. And she was part of that generation that were talking about municipal socialism and what kind of advances could we make with education. They were ideas that had a legacy long after she died. And I think that's the thing. With some of them, it's not just that you have ideas that last, it's that you're able to put in place class structures that allow others to make advance. And I guess it might sound strange, but I would say that Tom Mann is best known as a campaigner against poverty. It was the poverty issue that motivated people like Dickens in the Victorian period, he is a product of the Victorian period, to embrace religion. And he quickly saw that he thought that Jesus was a communist, effectively, and that the church was an imposition on that. So, you know, he came up with ideas that shaped the modern way of looking, and I think he's really important anti-poverty campaigner. And he shows how you can fight poverty. Trade union, self-organisation, in the workshop, united trade unions. And he used to have 2 sayings: solidarity, unity, internationalism was one, and the other one was it, don't clap me, don't thank me, don't clap, think. That was what he said. And that always makes people feel very difficult when they want to clap what I've just said. So I think I'll use that all the time now.
Right, thank you very much for that, Phil. Anybody else who's next? Joe. We've got somebody at the back. Joe?
So I recall a story regarding Tom Mann and the Spanish Civil War. I don't know if you know what I've heard, but do you know much about that? Because obviously they named one of the early battalions after him. But from what I'm aware, they did that to stop him going over there fighting himself when he was, 60, 70 years old. He was adamant that he was in a fight. And the only thing that stopped him was naming a battalion after him.
It is true that he volunteered at 80. In 1936, he was 80. And Harry Pollitt stepped in and said no. Actually, I've got a picture, I think, in the book of him running a sack race in 1938 at the age of 82 with Willie Gallagher at a Young Communist League camp. So Tom was perfectly capable. One thing I would tell you that really does surprise people is that around 1890, there was a very famous case of some anarchists who took out the Prime Minister of Spain, and Tom was sent by the Dockers Union to express solidarity with them because they were going to be killed. They caught them, they were going to be killed. And he came back to England and set up the Spanish Atrocities Committee and had questions raised in the House and led a TUC organised demonstration to Trafalgar Square to defend anarchists abroad who'd murdered a prime minister. You can just imagine that happening now, can't you? But yeah, he did volunteer.
Thank you. Next question?
You'd be pleased to know your coordination at my South-West London branch party meeting on Tuesday. Everybody reading. And it was also mentioned by Mike Squires and David Horsley. Have themselves written books on various causes.
Can you?
What?
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. But one of the things it was mentioned there that a lot of previous books about Tom Mann downplays later activities in the Communist Party. They'd rather stop at maybe the ALP or, that he was this well-known trade unionist. And that also seems to be a pattern with a lot of other figures. Claudia Jones, for instance, she's mentioned as a famous black nationalist, feminist, founder of the Notting Hill Carnival, but the reason she was deported from America was because she was actually a communist, which, and it's this sort of rewriting, this selective rewriting of history to sort of make it acceptable to liberals, if you like, of somebody's life, and ignoring the fact that actually it was the communism that inspired them to do all the things they did. So I suppose this is a roundabout way of asking the question. How do we counter that, basically?
Well, I think there's two things there. I think with Tom, there's no point us crying about a class enemy and not saying nice things about one of our own. So the problem is we have to say it ourselves because nobody else will. I would also say, and I said this in my book because I have an idea of some of the people that are working on Tom Mann, that much of the silence comes from the left, not from the right. And it's from ultra-leftists that don't like the Communist Party of the 1920s and the 1930s, who've done as much to play up his syndicalist past or his ILP past or even his religious past and play down his Marxism. I said to Rob Griffiths, who's General Secretary of the party, why don't we talk about Tom Mann? He is a pioneer. And Rob said, good question, I don't know why we don't. I think that Tom Mann was a victim of McCarthyism. He was a victim, in a sense, of Eurocommunism, which gave up on the idea of the working class being strong, self-organised. And if you give up on that idea, then you give up on the people whose ideas permeate that movement. So I think that, I think if you go to a party congress, you may find a resolution coming from the Eastern District, I'm looking at people, that talk about the Tom Mann Award that was established during the war for best recruiters or most active young communist or the best tutor in a certain district. I think we should be proud to wear those people on our lapel. I can tell you now, if you go to Australia and say Tom Mann, they know an awful lot more than they do about it in this country. And I'm very proud that the Broken Hill coal miners have written a welcoming introduction in my book. That was quite something.
Okay, thank you for that. We've got one more question. Please keep it quite short because we are running out of time. Okay.
It will be short, Goldie. Marx, amongst others, have always talked about the importance of learning the lessons of history so that, one, we don't repeat its mistakes, but also, presumably, so that we can move forward and apply the successes. How do you think we can take forward the lessons that Tom Mann has for the labour movement today as communists, and what is our job moving forward in taking his lessons into the wider movement?
It's at this point in podcasts where they go, that's a really great question, isn't it, Lorraine? Because it actually asks what I want to talk about. And I didn't write it or pay Lorraine. Anyone who knows Lorraine knows that you wouldn't try and persuade her in a certain direction on a question. I think it boils down to one thing. I think that man is very much of the moment. I think the first waves and the second wave strikes raised questions about how we organise at work, how rank and file leadership is exercised at work, and how we need to reorganise our unions in order to fight in a more effective way. He said somewhere, we have 1,000 trade unions, which was not an exaggeration. There were 90 print unions in 1900. We have 1,000 trade unions, but we have only 30 industrial sectors. That says more about the disorganisation of the workers' movement than it does about the capitalists. So I think that the way forward for our movement is to be looking for working class, self-organisation, local leadership, and reorganisation so that we can start to get back to where we were in the 80s and thinking about, okay, we don't like rail privatisation, but we've got 3 rail unions here. Maybe we can put forward a better policy and get out there and use our power to fight for it. Just before Gordy shuts me down, I did a launch recently, and there was a young woman there. It was a fantastic question she asked me at the end, and she said, if Tom Mann came back today, what issue would he be most associated with? And I said straight off the top of my head, but I stand by it, I think it's anti-racism. Tom was writing to the Times saying that there were too many Jews in the country in the 1890s. This was part of a traditional East End reticence to welcome foreigners. It was racism. And you have to give somebody a chance to change. He was born into empire. It was made up of wood and wool and steam. And he died in the telegraphic age when you would fly to Moscow. And one of the major things that changed him was his understanding around 1910 onwards about imperialism and racism. And for him, the first part of his life is the working class against the capitalist class. But his travels abroad, particularly in South Africa, but especially also in China, showed him that the working class content of the national struggle is a very powerful weapon in the struggle for socialism. And so he became, within 20 years of trying to get the Jews stopped from coming in, to being a most powerful advocate, speaking in front of black-only trade unions in South Africa, organising their labour movements, particularly organising the most downtrodden peasants in peasants' unions across China. And I think that was the big transformation of his life in a way, and he ended up a much more complete political theorist, because it wasn't just class, it was how class influenced all the other elements of the struggle that we have to deal with today.
Thank you for that, and we're going to wrap up this segment. Thank you very much, Phil Katz, and look forward to reading the book. Yeah.
Just before you go, before you get up, we ended with Phil speaking about anti-racism and anti-imperialism, and we're going to continue that theme. It's now something like 5:40, so I think we should take a half-hour break and come back at 6:10, if that's all right for everyone. If you're looking for a sandwich, this place has the most wonderful bar in Cambridge, but no sandwiches. So if you turn left as you exit the NCI, you'll get to a wine shop a couple of doors down. You turn left again and keep walking, you'll get to a corner shop on your left. So that's the nearest place to get one. See you soon. internationalism, international solidarity is one of the most precious parts of our movement. We've heard earlier today about the left's involvement in the Spanish Civil War, about the left's involvement in South Africa. We're going to hear a lot more about that. We had a superb session on the Women's Charter, and we're bringing all of that together, really, in dedicating this day to solidarity with the women of Iran. And we're extremely lucky to have Azar Sapir, who's just popped out, from the Organization of Iranian Women. And also speaking is going to be Bernadette Keaveney, Assistant Business Manager of the Morning Star, guest starring. But before we move to the session on solidarity with the women of Iran, we're going to hear about the London recruits, and we are extremely lucky to have Steve Marsling here, a London recruit. And if you don't know what that means, I'm not going to spoil the surprise for you, but you might have seen at the back there for sale a republished underground South African Communist Party pamphlet giving advice on what kind of excuses to make when the police arrest you. So that gives you a sort of hint of what we're about to see. And he's going to speak for a little bit to introduce some excerpts from the new feature film called The Recruits. So with enormous pleasure, over to Steve. And do we know where the second microphone is? I would just ask you to refrain from taking photos and videos, not of this first session, but when we've stopped the section on the London recruits and we move to the session on international solidarity with the women of Iran. Please don't take any photos, videos, audios. Over to Steve.
I was going to sit up there, but then I thought you won't see the film, will you? So I better stay here. Basically, what you're going to see, I really don't know because I haven't seen these clips myself yet. I have actually seen the film, but I don't know which ones the director has chosen for the Red Festival. The history of the film, and I'm only going to speak for a minute or two, and then I'm going to say a lot more, or not a lot more, but when you've seen the clips. The film came about because none of us were allowed to speak about any of what the clandestine stuff that we got up to until after apartheid was defeated. And Ken Keeble took it upon himself to track everyone down who had gone into the underground movement from London mainly. And he got a book, and the book was a bit of a sensation because, of course, nobody knew that anyone that gone and done these various things, which some of the film will explain, and I'll explain a bit afterwards. And we had a whole load of film people saying we would love to make a film. And so the film comes about from the book by Ken Keeble. And because of the spin-offs that we had, and we were asked to go into schools, I discovered that young people, enthusiastic, radical young people, never heard of apartheid. I was pitching it way over their heads. So I had to come down to say, what was apartheid? And why, what happened, when, how did this all come about? So a few of us got together, I coordinated it, and we produced not only a podcast, a PDF to go into schools, but also this wonderful brochure which Manifesto Press have put together, and it is amazing. And they are just simply brilliant at what they do, and I'm so proud of what they've done. But that's enough. That's the basic for what you're going to see now, and I'm going to be as interested as you to find out which ones, because it's an hour and a half film. I think you're going to get about a taster of 10 minutes, so I'm told. So I'm going to shut up and actually watch it. All right. Cheers.
dignified struggle for freedom and equality in South Africa faces its most dangerous hour. Our comrade, Mandela, and our leaders have been captured and cast into prison.
Nelson Mandela and the accused.
Our long, dignified struggle for freedom and equality in South Africa faces its most dangerous hour. Our comrade, Mandela, and our leaders have been captured and cast into prison.
Nelson Mandela and the accused being driven away to start their life sentences.
Our political organizations have been banned, and our underground networks all across South Africa have been smashed. Many of our sisters and brothers have been killed, and many more now suffer in the apartheid monsters' jails. Those few of us who could have escaped to exile, inspired by our leader, Oliver Tambo.
The resistance is going to continue. What one can't be so sure of is the method that it's going to take.
Back home, our work creates our country's wealth. But they pay us slave wages while we work and they live in luxury.
Our people have been stripped of all their remaining rights.
Each Bantu has to carry a reference book.
The white man need not carry his card, but if the black man does not, he is arrested.
It is a crime for us black people to vote. It is a crime for us to protest. It is a crime for us to travel where we choose. It is a crime for us to live where we choose.
Our people have been cut off.
Right now, we can't even get a message of hope through to our oppressed brothers and sisters.
The worst of all horrors in the world is to live forever as a slave, as a hated, despised, subhuman. And this we reject.
The beautiful people of South Africa have been subjected to a cruelty very few people in the world have seen. But the brave, proud black South Africans have refused to surrender.
I'll never forget the day, 1960, March 21st. Somebody said, have you heard the news? Africans are being shot. I made up my mind that day. I can't go on living in South Africa unless I take a stand.
What's left of the resistance leadership still at liberty are more or less holed up here in Dar es Salaam. There may be a makeshift headquarters, but nothing much left to command. Pretoria claims to have destroyed the terrorist African National Congress inside South Africa. If they hope to rebuild a presence there, it will be vigorously resisted and take many years.
The underground throughout South Africa was absolutely smashed. And we were at our weakest point ever.
That ushered in serious discussions, which led for the first time to the formulation of a clear strategy about the need to build the underground.
Total control of all the information reaching South Africa raises a question. Does anyone inside the country know that the ANC still exists at all?
Oliver Tambo, a very imposing man. He was always very aware of the possibility of bugs being in the ceiling, so key words would be written out. He said, we're sending you off. You will be involved in... And he wrote on his pad, secret work from London. Link in with young white sympathizers, activists in London who would be prepared to help us get through a message to our people. Freedom will come. We will never give in. Play on the weaknesses of the apartheid regime. They want to attract whites. The regime doesn't anticipate any threat from that quarter.
I'd come down to London from the Midlands as a young man of 19 and a half, just going on 20. It was the end of the 60s. London was buzzing, both socially for me, but politically as well. I like London. I'd got a job working in insurance. I had a nice girlfriend at the time. Life was sweet. I had a good mate called Steve Marsling.
I'd left school at 15. I had no O-levels, CSEs, nothing. I was a postman at Christmas, warehouseman, anything I could get, you know, a few weeks here, a few weeks there. I realised I wanted an education. I joined the Young Communist League, going to meetings, selling the Communist Party newspaper.
It was the time of the big anti-Vietnam War movement. Being on the streets with hundreds of thousands of other people felt as if we were at the beginning of something important, the dawn of a big change.
There are those who complain that the police use undue violence. Others, more likely, compliment them on their restraint when faced with thugs, bullies and flouters of the law.
Steve one day came to me and said, look, the African National Congress needs some help. Somebody wanted to talk to us about it.
We didn't know who he was. We just knew he was going to be our handler.
Once you listen to Ronnie for about 5 minutes, you can't help but be impressed and put under his spell. It would involve going to South Africa and conducting a propaganda event in places where lots of black workers would be, via a small explosive set in the bottom of a bucket. If caught, it would mean considerable time in prison and torture of one sort or another. Steve and I did discuss it.
It's not like joining up for a lark now, it's the real deal.
The primary motive is a political one because I believe in it, but also it's exciting. Anti-surveillance training. You were going into a police state, you might be followed at any time. Could you see them? What evasive tactics might you take?
Well, if you get caught, my friend, you're in deep trouble.
Look behind you, stop at windows, look in reflections.
They're going to drag you off and you'll be interrogated by the South African Gestapo.
Well, I better not get caught then. You know, that's what you're thinking, isn't it?
Oliver Tambo wanted us to give the impression that there are ANC underground units all over South Africa. What about 5 cities and 2 teams in the biggest cities? You're a small grouping, but you give the impression of an army. To get the message across to our people, the movement lives, the movement survives.
Today we have to make the bombs. It's all becoming very, very real now. In order to make sure that they would fly, we had to take them out and we put them all around the room. shuffling them to open them up.
I'm not at all nervous. No, this is all just total excitement.
This is an adventure. This is something I don't get the chance to do every day. I work on the railway. It's not very exciting. And this is.
My first thought was that it was the police.
We didn't know that a chambermaid came round. She just looked around the room with eyes like saucers.
You can't talk your way out of this. It's not like something you can say, oh no, you've never seen it, and put it in your pocket. How do you do that with 20,000 leaflets? It's just totally impossible.
What are we going to do? Shall I go out and threaten to kill her if she speaks to anyone? Shall I go out and tell her, we're police, you know, you say a word about us to anyone and we'll have your whole family arrested? Or shall we just pack everything up and run? She's folding towels in a kind of mechanical way, as if she's standing thinking, what the hell am I going to do? Come with me. Sit down.
We did the ANC salute, and we hoped that that helped.
We show her one of our leaflets. Possession of that leaflet calling for the armed overthrow of the state is a minimum of 5 years imprisonment. And she's sitting in a room full of explosives and 20,000 of these leaflets.
Super espionage experts we were, you know, we give her the evidence to shop us. So here you are, have a leaflet.
You are fighting with us.
We spend the rest of the afternoon putting all the stuff together. What if she thinks about it and thinks, I better say something in case I get into trouble?
The scariest night of our life.
By the time we left to go and start planting, everything was ticking.
Tick, 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 tick. Hands are slightly trembling. Imagine having an accident in the car and that lot going off.
Lights, camera. Oh, you can hear me from here. Is it going? Yeah, it is. So that just gives you a taste of a film. We showed it in its entirety at the Rio in Dalston. 380 people invited, mainly family and friends, and well, we don't want to say too much, but it got a standing ovation for I don't know how many minutes at the end. This is just a taster. So how did this... Sorry?
It's a bit of feedback from the mic.
Okay, mate, sorry. I'll put it here.
On the stage, so you're not in front of the speakers.
Ah, right. If I go over here then...
It's probably best if you sit on the stage.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because you're not seeing that now. You can tell how used I am to this. So, oh, somebody's notes here. I'll read them instead. So how does it come about? Well, it starts, I think, for most of us, as you can see, I mean, there was an American magazine that actually said these students, well, none of us were students. We were all working class people from working class areas. I'm from the Elephant and Castle area in there. Sean was a Dublin lad, emigrated to Coventry. And we got together in the YCL. 70% of the recruits were members of the YCL. Some were international socialists, but the majority were recruited from the Young Communist League. And I personally think that it's a fantastic testament to the YCL that, and a proud part of their history, that so many people risked, risked their necks really to operate in a totalitarian state. I mean, for me to be asked, I was the youngest, and I'd only been to a few Millwall away matches. I'd never been on a plane. I'd never been out of England or anything like that. And suddenly they're saying, you're going to South Africa to complete this mission. We didn't know about anyone else. We just knew that we were going to Cape Town, and we had to learn how to assemble the bombs. They were like giant fireworks, really, but it was. Because I'm no Barry Bucknell, for those of you who are old, it took both me and Sean a long, long time to actually assemble them properly, and so we did it almost in our sleep. And we were nervous, as you would be. But when you get to South Africa and you see the signs, blanc, non-blanc, you can't marry this person, you can't sit here, you can't go to this cinema, you can't do this, you can't do that. Your fear dissipates because you are so bloody angry at this outrageous system, and you want to fight back. And you've been given an opportunity to fight back, and you're going to take it, because you're so angry at what you've seen, the oppression that you've seen. And it's on a daily basis. I mean, you see black people getting beaten up, or pushed around or pushed off this thing. And you see it all the time. And you're supposed to be a tourist. So it was difficult. We had to become actors, a bit like the actors that played us. But in our hotel room, you really do begin to break down a bit because you're furious, you're so angry. So much so that there were times when we thought, right, let's do it now. But thank goodness we didn't, because it all had to go to commemorate the Sharpeville massacre. So when the day came, and again, we only thought it was us, we didn't realise there were other people around. When the day came, we had this dodgy timer. Some people who are old will remember these timers. You could get them for your car park, parking your car. You got them and you put 20 minutes on and you walked around, and when it went buzz like that, you had to run back and put some more money in the parking meter. Well, that's what we used, the explosive device. So we went to Cape Town. We were parked them in the railway stations, parked them in the bus stations. And then we had this dodgy timer, but we thought, we'll give it a go anyway. So it was my turn. We took it in turns to plant the bombs. I turned it back left it, and the bloody thing started coming straight back. So it was going to blow up within seconds. I don't know what made me do it, because it was a really stupid thing to do, but I jammed my fingernail in the explosive device so it wouldn't go off. I mean, I could have been a one-armed socialist, I suppose, but I survived. And I wound it back, and this time it bloody behaved itself. I looked at Sean, he was white as a sheet, and I must have been, as well. Anyway, we're emboldened by that. So I said, let's stick a bomb by their houses of Parliament. They got one in Cape Town. It's only round the corner. So we did that as well. And, then we went back a little way and just waited and waited and waited. And all of a sudden, boom! And all the African people are running, taking the leaflets and, jumping about. And just like, it was incredible. Taking them back to the townships, taking them back to wherever they lived. And it was a really amazing thing. We felt very proud because all of our bombs went off. Obviously, we didn't know that there were bombs going off at the same time in Johannesburg and Port Elizabeth and Durban. So next day, we looked at the papers, and there it all was, front page of the papers, every single paper we could get, Afrikaans and that. It was a big, big story. We said, let's get out of here. So all we got to do is get to the airport and scram. But the ANC had given us the wrong tickets. They gave us a Cape Town to London ticket, and there was no aeroplane that went that. So they said, you're going to have to go to Salisbury in Rhodesia, as it was called then. You better get a move on, he said, you're going to miss the flight. So we started running. And immediately, this South African police drew their guns on us. And we're like, and I thought, it flashed through your head, they know who we are, they've got us. But we said, sorry, we're a little bit late for our, you'd never run in an airport in South Africa. Show us your passport. So he showed us a passport. So, they're going to twig now, aren't they? But they didn't. So we got to Rhodesia and Salisbury, and it was headlines all over the Rhodesian Herald as well. So and then, of course, we knew that other people were doing the same as us. Solidarity, fantastic. They were obviously pleased with us, the ANC. They said, would you do something again? And I said, yeah, of course, yeah, no problem. And then I got an emergency call about 6-7 months later, I think. And they said, you've got to go out to South Africa straight away. It's an emergency, but it's easy. You're only going to Durban, and all you've got to do is hand over some money and passes. So I said, yeah, all right. I thought, oh, no, I can't, because I'd gone night classes to get O-levels, and I just started as a mature student at a teacher's training college. And I was about to start my first teaching practice, and there's no way I could take a week off. So I said to Sean, Sean, it's easy, mate, you do it. So, yeah, all right, mate, I've got loads of time off. So he flew out to Durban, got himself a suntan. He regretted that. He really was sunburnt on some of his arms, and they took great delight, because what he did, he walked into a trap. They had discovered the code. They took a chance. They hadn't discovered it, but they took a chance. And so they were waiting for him with machine guns and guns as soon as he handed over the passes. He was tortured. He was taken out. He was beaten remorselessly, but he held out for 48 hours, which is the most you can expect. He was taken to his grave. They took a starting pistol, but he didn't know it was a starting pistol, and they fired it, and he fell in the grave, and they urinated on him. And that was their idea of fun. He's an incredibly brave man, Sean Hosey, because They came to him after torturing him for about 7 months, and his trial was due. They said to him, look, you admit that you made a mistake. You tell people you were duped, the ANC are rubbish, you can see separate development is the right way. And he said, fuck off, basically. And he got 5 years no remission for his trouble. They didn't have a lot on him. They had far more on me for some reason. They found a signature or something, because I'd cleared out his house. And our friendly special branch were all over me like a rash, but, you know, they didn't get anywhere. They tried to get in his house, but I'd cleared it. So there was all these things going on. And there were other things that happened that, apart from what we did with leaflet bombs. The YCL was involved again in running a safari. I think it was from Greenwich in South London. There was a wonderful safari holidays. You might have thought you were going on a safari holiday, but underneath you, there was a false bottom with a load of Kalashnikovs in. And, you know, I mean, this was a bit later on, but that's the kind of thing. We had radio broadcasts. We had people on luxury cruisers, Young Communist League people posing as photographers on the ship and then delivering vital information and things like that. And this went on for a long, long time. And we won. Simple as that. We won. Thank you. So, any questions? Are we doing the questions now? I don't know. I'll ask the governor. Where's the governor?
I'm the governor. Yeah, let's do the questions now, and then they can be on video.
Okay.
It would be useful if you could organise a filming in Cambridge and a couple of other places, so we could use it as a vehicle to organise and mobilise. Thanks.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna let you. I shouldn't be telling you this yet because it hasn't become officially known. But this is the kind of timetable that we're looking at. As I said, we did one in Homerton College in Cambridge. That was for Change Matters organisation. So what's going to happen with the film, which is finished now, is it's going to